All right, I think we're going here. Hey guys. Uh yeah, here we are. I was in a much better mood about 10 minutes ago, but let's do this. Uh Today I just wanted to update everybody on what was going on after the kind of hectic stream the other day where I tried to get my axes perpendicular. Uh yeah, yeah, I feel like I'm in a funk now. Uh as you can see, the printer's printing fine. Uh wh- I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have took a few minutes here. I wasn't expecting to get the messages I just got, so yeah, not everybody can be pleased, it seems. Not everybody can be happy. Uh Anyway, we'll try to move on here. Uh After the stream yesterday, I think we ended and I had a problem with the heat bed carriage kind of hitting the Z-axis frame and what else? We were still perpendicular, but we kind of had that problem. And I actually have a picture I took here. Uh, Part of the problem, or there were several things that were causing it. Uh, Part of the problem was, get my window out here, was this guy here. If you remember, we took our smooth rods out, and when I was pushing that down in, we had actually like reduced the overall length of our bottom frame, and there was a little bit of rubbing right here where you can see, and there was a tiny little shaving of plastic in there, and it was keeping that side up a little bit, which was caulking the whole heat bed frame, and that was pushing the I guess if you're looking at it from the right, the from the front, the right hand side down. So that was part of it, and then it was kind of like the whole process of getting perpendicular. It's actually hard to say exactly what fixed it. Like I mainly just sorry, my windows are all messed up here. I was mainly just going back through everything. Um, Again, I think one of the things that was contributing to it was the Z-axis frame, like kind of uh, cups the threaded rods that make up the main chassis of the bottom of the machine, and they weren't quite seated entirely on the again looking from the front, the left hand side, and it again was just kind of like caulking the the heat bed. So between doing all that and then just basically loosening everything, making sure everything was bottomed back out, and doing that stuff, it seemed to kind of sort itself out because I didn't really want to have to bend anything. I don't think that's the route you want to go. But so that was fixed, and again I have some pictures here. This was the first print I did. Again, this was the I have it laying over here. The big piece that actually curled on all four corners, and this was the Hatchbox Silver PLA, and you can see it did really well. It stuck down when I checked it in the morning. Everything looked good, and then I snapped. This was the actual first layer, so everything was really good. This is with the 0.25 millimeter nozzle again, and this is at a 0.15 millimeter layer height. Let me find my mouse here. So everything worked out, and you can see I'm printing some more of these. These are the dungeon walls that I'm going to be doing a series slash review on, like doing a whole big dungeon for Dungeons and Dragons and games like that, tabletop gaming. But as you can see, it's printing great again. Uh, the detail on these pieces, I know that window is kind of small. I'll blow it up here. The detail on these pieces is kind of insane, honestly. You can see these are walls that are covered with skulls and all kinds of crazy stuff. Uh, the detail with the 0.25 millimeter nozzle is kind of crazy. It really is fantastic. I'll take a second to catch up with chat here. Dario, take feedback like a man. Yeah, that's real easy when you're not bipolar. If any of you guys aren't aware, I have schizoaffective, so I'm schizophrenic and bipolar. So yeah, that sounds real easy, man. Especially when like what it was. I've been getting a lot of negative feedback lately, and I've been doing everything exactly the same, and it's just kind of frustrating. It's just kind of frustrating when there's like people have criticism regardless of what you do. Like if you do things one way, this half of your audience is upset. If you do it the other way, the other half of your audience is upset. And it's like all I want to do is like do 3D printing stuff and have fun and kind of hang out with people. And it seems like yeah, like Aaron said, haters are gonna hate. Uh, but yeah, the prints look good. Thanks, Gusner. Uh, but yeah, that's why I don't want to bring everything down. I don't want to. I have my problems. I don't need to wear them on my sleeve. But it's tough sometimes when you kind of get blindsided by stuff. Uh, Especially when some of the criticisms are like I don't understand. Like on Twitter, I was getting criticisms for cutting the tie straps on the smooth rods uh, for the y-axis, and it's like I don't know why somebody would be face palming over this. I don't understand. Especially if I haven't said it enough, I'm new to 3D printing. Like the whole purpose of me streaming everything was so that I can learn and people can like learn with me and share the experiences and stuff. And yeah, these are paid files. These are from the Rampage system. They have an Indiegogo that's, I guess it technically ended, but you can still buy stuff through it. But there there are probably 150 files that I got with that campaign. And like this is just some of the set from one of the kind of subsets of that. These are the crypt files. That's what the big 4x4 floor tiles were from. Uh, but no, I wanted to pull it up here. I had some questions that I had gotten. I guess they were kind of spread out over Facebook, YouTube, and uh, Twitter. Again, my memory is terrible, so I can't recall them. I wish I could just remember what everybody had asked. But let me pull some of them up here. Some of them again were concerns that I don't really understand. Like someone thought that maybe my nozzle was clogged. That definitely wasn't any of the problem I was having. Uh, One thing I did want to mention that I find very odd is that when I do my XYZ calibration now, uh, my X and Y are perpendicular, but I wanted to take a picture of it, but I still have a print going. Uh, if you pull the heat bed to the front and basically line it up with the front threaded rod of the base, it is rather obviously not square. The base frame is not square, even though my axes are perpendicular. And if you watch the video, one of the first things I did was try to square up the base, and I thought that would make squaring getting the axes perpendicular. I thought it would make that easier, but it actually I couldn't get both of those. I could either have the axes perpendicular or I could have the base square. So the machine prints fantastically with the axes perpendicular. So I guess it's kind of a trade-off. Uh, Never gotten around to understanding Slack. Give it a try soon. Slack's not bad. It's basically, I think people have already made the comparison many times, but it's a lot like IRC if you had ever used that in the past. Like I was like an old school online gaming nerd when that was first coming around, so like I used IRC like a lot. I remember doing like Dragon Ball Z role playing in there. Kind of cringy now, but it was great at the time. Uh, but no, everything is great as far as the printer and stuff. Everything's like going well. I was kind of concerned after I ran the nozzle into the bed. Uh, I was kind of nervous. It struck me all at once that I could have potentially bent like the heat pipe because I had done that before, and I don't know how exactly how I did that when I tore the front again, in a previous video, we were changing the nozzle, and I tightened the nozzle up, and the heat block was still loose. And when I actually disassembled the hot end assembly and got like a clear, like straight on view of it, it was rather obviously bent, like a little bit. It was just cocked a little bit, and I was worried about. I don't know. It just like struck me out of the blue that I was like, "Holy shit!" Because it did rub the heat bed pretty hard, so I was like kind of worried about that. But it seemed okay. But overall, I was trying to think of advice I could give people after that experience, like on this stream, and I honestly don't know. I really don't know. It was kind of a crapshoot. One of the things that I think I know now is that when my measurements from the rear corners to the back of the Z plate were at 100 millimeters, it wouldn't successfully reach those front pin to probe points on the heat bed. I think I measured, and now they're at about 102 millimeters, and that seems to give me like a little bit of buffer room on the pin to probe points. So, yeah. Negative attitude, what the fuck? That's nonsense. It's like I said, some of it's my own stuff. And guys, don't fight in chat. I mean, come on. As if I wasn't in a funk already enough. We're all here just to like do 3D printing stuff. If anybody wants any drama, there are plenty of YouTube channels where you can go get more than your fill of that. But yeah, this is supposed to be, especially for me, this is supposed to be a break from regular life. Like, all of us have enough crap in our regular lives. But yeah, good times here. Let's keep it good times here. Didn't I have a green cup? These are, yeah, I have a bunch of these. They're from probably 10 years ago. Walmart used to have them. But no, luckily all is well with the printer. And the other issue that we tried to address was the PEI adhesion. And it seems better than when I first got it now, because it actually, the prints stick fantastically, but at the same time, it doesn't have that like death grip that the PEI kind of had when it was brand new. And any of you that didn't see that, what the situation was is that I had, let me just grab it while I'm talking about it. I was printing, it was all of my PLA prints. All of my PLA prints were having issues like sticking. The first layer would go down great, and the print would look fine, but then I'd leave and come back after a few hours, and the corners would have pulled up. And I know some of that is that, like, my basement is very cold. I think it's 61 degrees in here right now. It's always a little chilly down here because it's not heated. And I know some of that is just contraction that can be expected, you know, as the print gets farther away from the heat bed and stuff, and it starts cooling, it's going to contract a little bit, and it's going to put stress on the layers underneath. But it was becoming a bigger and a bigger and bigger issue, and it was starting to even affect like big prints like this. I mean, this has a huge surface area, and it was still pulling up. But what we ended up doing was using a 1500 grit wet sanding paper, and I hit it with that on stream and just like gently rubbed it and then cleaned it off with acetone, and then was planning on going back to like my normal routine of using 91% isopropyl alcohol. But I printed this piece, and part of it was that my Z height wasn't quite as low as it could have been. I think it was still in the acceptable range, but it could have been a little bit lower. Because like you can kind of see on the bottom of this that it just didn't press against the hot plate or heat bed as much as it could have. And this was still a successful print. I mean, this print still looks great, but it was probably a half a millimeter up on both corners. It was still adhered to the bed very well, but the corners had started to like curl up a tiny, tiny little bit. So I took the 1500 grit sandpaper and was a little more aggressive with it. Again, this camera kind of doesn't give, I don't know why it like looks so odd on the PEI sheet. It always looks like really glossy. But my PEI has like a nice kind of like satin appearance now. And like I said, the adhesion is great. The prints stick really well. But I think because there is a little bit of a texture to it, the prints actually pull off nice. Like they don't require an extreme amount of pressure like they did before. But yeah, all is well, as you can see. These prints, I've been printing these. Like I said, this is that Hatchbox Silver. I didn't want to give up on it. I'm glad I didn't. It was just, I just needed more tweaking. The Silver seems to need a little more aggressive retraction settings. Like I think I'm at, I can just check here. I have like Simplify open 24 hours a day now. Yeah, the retraction distance is at 1 millimeter, which is way more aggressive than most of the other PLA I'm using needs. But this silver seemed to string really bad without that. And on these like skull details, like you can see the ones on the picture, between some of the eye sockets and stuff, there's still a little bit of stringing. But I'm worried about having problems if I go much more than 1 millimeter, because if they get too aggressive, you know, that can start to cause you some problems itself. But these prints, like I think this is at 10 hours and 30 minutes, and it looks like it'll be done here in about the next 10 minutes. But this is with the 0.25 millimeter nozzle, which is probably a little excessive for these, but especially the ones with all the skulls, I wanted them to look sweet. I wanted them to have really, really good detail, and they do. Like I couldn't be happier with these, but they do print a little slow. I did one test at 100 microns, and that's a little too slow. It ends up being about 5 or 6 hours for one of these wall segments. I think it's actually 6 pushing 7 hours. But yeah, I think right now, like I said, this is going to wind up being about 10 hours and 45 minutes for these two pieces. These are almost exactly 4 inches long, about 2.5 inches high, and very, very detailed. 10% infill, and 150 micron layer height. And like the back sides, the actual like stone wall sides, they look fantastic. The tops are okay. They're always going to end up, like if you have any kind of like, we ran into the same problem with the maker coin that I did. If you have any gentle slopes on the top of a print, it's going to end up having like that topographic map look, just because it can't actually like make small, subtle, smooth curves, because it's doing things in layers. Like I always use the example of like trying to build an arch out of Legos. You're going to have that like blocky kind of thing going on. But no, overall, I can't wait to start doing some videos about these. Some videos about like finishing them. Because we still have, I have this guy right here. Where is he? Right there. The Triceratops that we did on one of the Hangout streams. Because finishing prints is a big part of 3D printing if you're going to be making stuff. There are things like the Prusa multi-material upgrade and stuff like that, but to get a really, really nice finished product on a lot of things, you're going to end up having to do some stuff by hand. Do a little bit of sanding, a little bit of priming, a little bit of painting, a little bit of finish work. The finish one, this is actually, I know this camera doesn't have autofocus on, but it's the same kind of deal as the ones that are on the bed. It's just like a wall covered with skulls and bones. And they look great. Like I said, I can't wait to paint some of these up. Cause I'm gonna try to record. This is kind of tied into some of the criticisms from earlier, but like I want to do more recorded and edited content. but for some reason it's exceptionally difficult for me to do the dialogue for them for some reason. I don't know why. I don't really have much trouble talking when I live stream, but as soon as I try to record videos, it's like absurd. The the few recorded edited videos, I think I've only done 2 so far. I had to do 20 and 30 takes for some of those lines of dialogue because it's like anxiety and stuff. I don't know why. I don't know why. You'd think it'd be the opposite, that I would be fine doing the recorded content and then have anxiety on stream, but it's exactly the opposite. But I want to try to do that. I'm going to do a video today, try to do a video today, announcing the video series I want to do for this stuff. Because like I said, there are... do I have it here? I don't even have them all downloaded. But I can share my screen here. Here are just... This is 4 of, I think, 24 sets of these files. And you can see, like, how many there are. Like, this is just the crypt floors and risers. And then there's, like, the mid walls, which are walls between, like, the pieces. These are, you can see, these are some of the... this is the one that I'm holding here. And then this is one of the ones that's printing. And here's the other walls. This is the other one that's printing. But there's gates and all kinds of crap. And like I said, these are just the 4 sets that I have downloaded of, I think, like 28. And these are just like the basic ones. You know, they're just the trying to get the floors printed and stuff, so I can start like working on some layouts. And then there's like the little sarcophagus that printed with that other thing. Like, again, I know this doesn't have autofocus on, but this is little sarcophagus, and the detail on this is just like amazing. It's like a damn near perfect print. I showed it to my uncle, and he broke. There's little points on here, and he broke 2 of them off messing with it. But, not into that stuff, but it seems cool to print. Yeah, I was an old school nerd. Like, I played. I've even played first edition D&D, like the one from the 70s. But yeah, I played D&D a lot in high school. Did a lot of that crap. And back then we were always using like what do they call that? Like graph paper. We were like sitting there with graph paper and stuff. So like to have this kind of stuff nowadays is amazing, because I don't know if I've shown this before, but I've done a lot of stuff with the Hearst Arts, like molds. These are basically the same thing. Like, these are floor tiles. They're made out of plaster, put on corkboard. Like, I cast the plaster, assembled these, put them together, and you flock them and do all kinds of stuff. But you know, I've done this before, but it's kind of like a weird mix. Like, you can do these faster. Like, I could. Even casting the plaster, like I could do a big floor segment like this much quicker than I could print one. You know, I'd imagine a floor section like this that's probably, that's probably 5 inches by, well, I guess they're 1-inch tiles, so, yeah, this one's 5 by 7, so that's 35 square inches. That's probably a 7 or 8 hour print, and I could probably make one of those in an hour. So it's kind of funny how it's 3D printing takes longer, but at the same time it takes less effort, because like I don't have to actively be sitting there doing anything. It's like these, they were printing overnight and they're 95% done. But it'll take a few months, I think, to print out all the stuff I want to get. You can print molds. Yeah. Yeah, you could... There's a lot of things you could do. It's why I love like 3D printing. There are a ton of things you could do. Like you could actually take these segments and make silicone molds out of these, and then mold this wall section out of plaster. So you could kind of get the best of both worlds, because I have the molds over here. I have tubs of this stuff everywhere. Because you can do kind of complex stuff. Like, this is, I think there's 6 of these pieces. This is part of a courtyard that I made probably 10 or 15 years ago. And they all go together, and it's like there's a walkway that surrounds the courtyard, and then there's like dirt stones and grass and crap in it. But these are the molds that you use for the plaster. Like, here's one of the molds with the stone floor tiles on it. And this is really super strong stuff. But you can buy this. It's just like a 2-part mix that you use. And, like, say you'd want to mold this, you'd have to build a little box. You'd, like, fasten this in the bottom of the box. And then pour, like, halfway up. Or you could lay it this way and pour, like, your first half, let it set. And then pour the second half and have a 2-part mold. So it is something to keep in mind. And I've also seen guys, you guys have probably seen those videos, where you can take a piece like this and actually cast metal out of it. Or use it to cast metal, I'm sorry. I've seen guys prototype a lot of parts by doing that. Like, they'll actually print the part out of, like, PLA. And then, you know, you make your, like, sand mold and everything. And from what I understand, I haven't actually done it myself, but from what I understand, the temperature of the molten metal that you're using is so hot that it just melts the PLA and will take its place. And, yeah, you can cast stuff out of metal. I forget what the name of it is, but it's similar to using wax. Like, PLA is not quite as easy to melt away as wax is, but most of the metals that you're using are so hot that it just liquefies it. But let me catch up on chat here. You've printed out outside decorations with LEDs. There's a YouTube video on it. Do you have a picture of assembled pieces, and where did you get the files? I can link that. Like I said, it's an Indiegogo. If you Google Rampage Dungeon, it should be... Oh, nope, you don't want to do that. Rampage Dungeon Tiles, and Indiegogo will be the first result. I can take a look at it here with you. But here it is. They have some photos of, like, finished stuff here. And, like, their stuff looks okay. Mine, like, mine will look better. Like, I've painted so much stuff. But you see just, like, the sheer number of things and pieces they have. Like, these are some of the pieces that I'm printing. Like, there you can see that's the actual 4x4 floor piece. And, like, I think this is one of the wall sections that's being printed right now. And then there's all kinds of stretch goals with, like, nifty little pieces. The sewer stuff is kind of cool. There's, like, caverns and the parapets and, like, the Gothic ruins and temple and tavern stuff and just all kinds of crap. And then these are add-ons that didn't come with it, but the same company actually makes, like, they make, like, sci-fi buildings. They make fantasy buildings. Like, stuff like this. And they're freaking great. Freaking cool stuff. Like this thing, the little, kind of like medieval inn, and it breaks apart nice. You have the layers, like you can actually like finish the insides of each of the layers and stuff. But it's really cool stuff. It's something that I'm going to get into on the channel here. It's one of the great things about 3D printing hitting like the consumer market finally, and there's finally decent printers like the MK2, and it's not the only one, but it's the one I happen to have. But there's a lot of like nice printers that are hitting the consumer market at reasonable prices that will give you like nice results. And one of the results of that is that there are a ton of companies springing up that are catering to that community, like providing files and stuff that you can just like buy and print. Because there's some similar things on sites like Thingiverse and Tinkercad and some of those other like repository sites where people can make stuff and put it up for free. But the quality difference is noticeable for the most part. And like a company like this, the Printable Scenery Company, the sheer number of files is there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference. Like they have hundreds of files. Can I put a link? Yeah, I can throw a link up to that. Let me go back to the campaign. They're not, I don't know, pricing's one of those things. They're not cheap. Like I would hesitate to say they're cheap. There was the link to that Indiegogo campaign. They're not cheap. I think the set I bought was, I said that the other day on stream. It was a total impulse purchase. I really didn't have the money for it, but I bought it anyway. The one I got was $79, which gave you basically everything they have and all the stretch goals and stuff, minus the buildings at the end. But if you compare that to some of the pre-built stuff you can buy, it's dirt cheap. It takes you a little while to print everything, but like these, I could print 100 of these out if I want to. And my cost, like if I had to estimate, I would guess this was less than $1, probably between $1 and 50 cents for me to print. So the price is so trivial once you have everything and, you know, have settings and stuff. Because it took a little while to tweak settings. I mean, that's normal with 3D printing. Because it's like that trade-off between like quality and time. Because I did some tests at at 200 micron layer height, but I didn't really like the results. So I like the results at 100 microns, but the prints take too long, especially with a finer nozzle. So like 150 microns seem to be like the sweet spot. Because you can see in the corner of the stream here, they still look great, but the print times are tolerable. But when you printed the cable chain links, did you print it once? Yeah, there was someone in the Slack group that was actually having problems with that. And what we're actually talking about, for anybody that didn't see them before, they're talking about these, you can see the orange cable chains. Where is it? Right there. The MK2 doesn't come with those. Those were something I printed out and installed myself. These links were designed by Aaron that's in chat right now. Normally when you use a cable chain, you have to like fish the cable through the chain. But you can see these actually have little links that you can open the links up, lay the cable in, and then put the clips back in, which makes it a lot easier. Because you actually don't, like when you install the cable chains on your MK2, you don't have to unplug everything from the Rambo control board, which makes it a lot easier. Makes it a lot less likely you're going to mess something up. But there was a lot of face palming in the Slack group when I printed my links. If you print one link at a time, there's the kind of rounded area here, and it's going to be ugly. And the main reason for that is that if you print one link, the part doesn't have enough time to cool. Like if you imagine the hot end coming around and putting a layer on around those areas, it's going to be back there in a few seconds. And that area actually needs some time to cool so the PLA can set. And if you print one link, it's just never going to look good. And that's why I have so many of these. I think I have another string about this long too that were all like test prints. Because I wanted to test the links, so I printed one, and it kind of looked like shit. So I thought maybe like something was wrong with my settings, like it was something in the slicer I needed to change. But it was just one of those situations where it's just never going to look that great if you only print one. And I tried printing 4, and it was a little bit better. And then I like tried changing how they were oriented on the bed. I wish I could find it right here. I'll take a few seconds here and try to look. I don't know how to find past images because Joseph from the Slack group had like the perfect picture. I really don't know how to find it. Well, I could find it, but it won't be quick. But what you want to do is these rounded areas, you want to have them facing the front of your machine. And what that allows is for the part cooling fan to blow back over them and you get good airflow. And if you do that and print, I think I was printing mine in groups of 12, which seems to be the consensus for like the best number to get the best mix between like, getting them done in a timely manner and at the same time like not overcommitting if you do have a problem. But groups of 12 seem to work well. And it's just kind of magic. Like I tweaked my little brains out trying to fix the problem printing one link. And then as soon as I changed the orientation and printed 12, the problem kind of just didn't go away entirely. But like these links all look fine to me. I don't think these were the first ones. These were at the end of my tests. And then I also I printed everything in the dark gray and didn't really like it because I had found the orange PLA that matches the printer. So I reprinted them all again. But yeah, printing at least 10 or 12 of them at a time, and again, having that area that you have problems with oriented to the front of your machine seems to help a lot. It's one of the reasons sometime in the future here, I'd like to either find one of the above, find one that someone's already designed, work with someone to design one or design one myself, and change the part cooling fan, because right now it's in the front. You can see it's the right there, the black fan on the front, and it blows back across the hot end. I'd like to switch the design to something like there are some printers that have that circular thing that blow air completely around the hot end, and I think it would alleviate some of the problems like that where you're having to tweak the orientation of the part on the heat bed to get better airflow over it. There are some printers that use like a dual fan design that have like 40 millimeter fans on both sides and blow both directions. But I'd like to try experimenting with that in the future here to try to improve like the part cooling. Like it already has good cooling. Some people actually complain about how aggressive the fan on the MK2 is. When I was, if you remember, that's probably been a month or so ago, but when I was using that monumental marble dust filament, the fan was actually too aggressive. The fan was blowing so hard that it was preventing the heat bed from staying at temperature. Like it had so much air flowing back over it, it was cooling it off quite a bit. The Dremel 3D40 has the best part cooling. I'll have to check that out. Actually, let's just Dremel 3D40. Let's see if I can find a picture of this quick. Because there are some printers that I think just have like a superior design as far as like the part cooling. I think the MK2 is sufficient, but with almost anything, there's always room for improvement. It looks like there aren't any good shots. I can go ahead and show that. It looks like there aren't any good shots. It looks like this is the Dremel 3D40. It looks like it has a shroud or something that kind of covers up the part cooling area so we can't really see it. But if I remember correctly, I think it has like a dual fan design that blows from more than one direction. I'll just look on Thingiverse here. There are some designs for other printers that I've seen. Give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Like here's one. This is not for again, I'll share the screen. This is not for the MK2, but this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, where you have like a blower fan that blows into a circular thing that will force air the whole way around the hot end. so you have like more even distribution of cooling around like whatever you're printing. And like if you guys have never seen any comparisons like this, having insufficient cooling will have a dramatically negative effect on your print quality. Because just like this is like a similar problem that you have with the chain links. This just isn't cooling the filament enough, and by the time the printer comes back, like the filament's still kind of warm, and it's laying like more hot filament over top of it, and it just never kind of firms up and stays tight, and you just kind of like run into to quality issues. But one similar to that, my throat problems have been lingering. No, like Joseph said, and it's not just like a matter of like more fan. Like you don't just need more air. A lot of times it's just a matter of like how efficiently it's blowing down across your part, so you can cool it like nice and evenly. Joey said he didn't have those problems at all printing the chain links. I definitely did. And like I said, it was that front curved part, and it was just like it was the under part where it's like curving up from the heat bed. It was just really ugly, and you could just see that like the filament or the PLA was just really hot. Because I printed them, I think I went clear down to like 180 degrees on the hot end, and it still did it. But like I said, orient that piece of the part to the front of the machine, and print bigger batches of them. And that just like say if you're printing the first one, the hot end has to go across all of the other ones before it comes back to that. And it just gives it more time to cool down. And it really helped with like the overall quality. Because the links function, even the ugly ones, they still work. It just like especially the link on the front, or the chain on the front, like you just don't want it to look ugly. Especially when it's going to be like basically a permanent addition to your machine. But like Joe said, it might have been printing too hot, or your heat bed was too hot. It could have been, but I don't think it was, because I took the heat bed clear down to, like I said, I printed I think 30 of them, trying different settings. I think I took the heat bed clear down to 40 degrees, and the hot end clear down to 180, and they looked almost exactly the same. Peter said when you print ABS, you need to turn the part cooling fan off. Yeah, that was the same case with the Monumental. Yeah, some filaments, like you can't. The cooling causes contraction, which is kind of the problems like I was running into with the PLA. Because like PLA, you do need cooling so that your prints come out clean. But at the same time, like the plastic does contract a little bit. So if you have too much of a temperature difference, like me here in my 61 degree basement, you can run into some issues. The wall looks crazy nice. Is it skulls? Yeah, it's like skulls and bones. It's like crypt walls. But yeah, they look great. I'm really happy. If you look really closely, some of the indents where like the nose cavity is, for some reason there's little blobs of filament that kind of get stuck there. But like I was taking my knife and they pop right off. Andre says he prints his PLA at 200 to 210 with his heat bed at 70 and gets no warping. Yeah, I did. I think I did. The heat bed's at 60 degrees on this. That seemed to help a little bit. You wouldn't think 5 degrees would make a big difference, but it seems to help. Skydriver said build an enclosure. I actually do have that enclosure that we built. I do have my my $3 foam board enclosure that we built on stream the one day. But one of the things is I did use it. I think I used it on this print. It still pulled up because that brought the ambient temperature around the printer up to I moved my temperature gauge in there. I think it was at like 76 degrees, which should be fine. Hell, we don't keep our house at 76 degrees. It's still warped. It's still pulled up. This was the piece that was in the enclosure. But the other thing is it looks horrible sitting over there. It looks so ghetto. A lot of the problem is high printing speed. This was only at 40 millimeters a second, which isn't very fast, really. I think these are printing at 45. I did a test print. I think this was at 50, and it actually printed fine. But I bumped it down a little bit because I thought that might be responsible for the little nose blobs here. But it still seems to be doing it, so I don't think that was the issue. Because some things I don't mind printing fast, but these I just wanted to look really nice. Printing big and flat, use the glue stick. Yeah, the glue stick does help. I just when the PI was new, I didn't have to use it. Like I actually printed things that were bigger than this, and they stuck fine. So resurfacing and like my normal routine will still be to wipe it with IPA, isopropyl alcohol, but I think probably once or twice a week, taking a microfiber cloth and scrubbing it with acetone I think will help, because the alcohol does get any residues off, but I think the acetone is a little more aggressive. So if there's anything that the alcohol isn't getting off, I think periodic cleans with the acetone would help a lot. What about the IKEA tables? One of the problems is we don't have an IKEA around here. I think the closest one is in... I think I looked. I think the closest one is in Virginia, which is about 2.5 or 3 hours away from where I live. How fast do you print the outer perimeters? 40 millimeters. You think most issues can be cured by slowing down the print speed? You're not being ignored, Doofenberger. It's one of the concerns I have about some of the criticisms I've been getting. Like, I always make an effort to like interact with chat as much as possible, and like I watch everybody else in the 3D printing world that streams, and I mean it could just be like a biased self-perception, but I address the chat more than any of the streamers that I watch. And it's like I've still been getting complaints about like not watching chat enough. It's like I spoiled people when we only had 20 or 30 people in chat, I think. PLA is not known for warping. Yeah, Peter, I had no issues for I think like the first 2 months of printing. I never had any issues. I think winter setting in, and like I said, the ambient temperature down here is kind of slowly dropping. I think that's part of it. That's like a big part of it. And I don't know. I know PI ages. Like it's not always going to like maintain the exact qualities it has, but I think it's just like a combination of things. Like I said on this piece, even after I refinish the PEI, your Z height on your first layer is always going to be like a critical part of the recipe. Because like this is the 0.25 nozzle, and your Z height's going to be different than it is with like a 0.4, which your machine comes with. So that's always going to have like a big influence on like your overall adhesion. Like if you're not pressing that first layer down nice and hot and slow, you're never going to get good adhesion. So yeah, just keeping everything tweaked I think is important. Peter prefers a clean glass plate. I was tempted, when I first started having issues, I was tempted to look into getting a glass plate. Because also before the stream the other day, my heat bed had a little bit of a hump in the middle because one of the risers there was a little bit of space between the aluminum plate and the riser, because you need to press them together as you're like tightening the screw in to mount the heat bed. So I was tempted to look into getting a glass plate because they're going to be flat. I mean, it's not necessarily perfectly flat, but it's going to be a lot less resistant to like flexing and stuff than like a PCB material like the heat bed's made out of here. Yeah, that's like Andre said. Uh, I don't know that for a fact, but I would imagine your bed leveling's not going to work anymore. I mean, I guess potentially you could get. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how far away the Pinda can be and still successfully do the leveling process. Not really sure. I wouldn't be surprised if you just kind of like forfeit that badassery if you go to with a glass plate. Use something like Build Tack. Right now, John has a very thin sheet of adhesive Kapton over aluminum. You mean like an aluminum plate? Is that on your MK2, John? The Pinda works with Build Tack. Yeah, I do have a coupon. Like I get the maker box. You can see it sitting over here. In the one for the last one I got, I don't really know what month it's for. They don't mark it in there what month it's for, and it kind of like some of the times that I've gotten them, it's been kind of weird timing. I don't know if it's like if that was an early December box or a late November box. I'm not really sure. Yeah, let me check out this link that Aaron sent. Because I did see it. Where did it go? Prusafan. Yeah, this looks like Aaron sent this. This looks like kind of an in-between because this is the shroud that the Prusa comes with that just basically takes that front blower fan and forces the air back across the nozzle. And it looks like this is kind of an in-between. Like it's not like a full 360, but it would help force air, more than just across the hot end. You'd kind of get like a little bit of lateral air movement there, which would probably help. But no, that's cool. That would be worth looking into, doing some testing on. I know there's a lot of like test print files uh, that are kind of like sensitive to part cooling that I guess you could install some of these different things and run some of those. The blue sock won't fit with that. Huh, I didn't really think of that. Let me pull that up again. I don't know. I don't know. It might. It's kind of hard to see there how much clearance you have. It looks like there might be enough clearance to get it on. It might be a pain in the ass to get on and off once you have your blower piece put on. But at the same time, there's only a single bolt that holds that on. So even if you'd have to like unscrew that every time you'd want to take your sock on and off, it might not be that big of a deal. Especially if you are improving your cooling. Print one now. These things are 99% done, so they'll be done in a second. That should be printed in ABS. I don't have any ABS yet, unfortunately. I haven't taken that plunge yet. Plus, given some of the reports I've gotten from people about like the odor and stuff, I don't know how how happy my wife would be with ABS printing, because there's like our living space is right above here, but it might be worth trying in like PET. But yeah, I can see that is in. It's close to the heat block, so I could see like PLA softening and warping, but I'd be curious to see if it would do it with the sock one, because the sock is going to like thermally insulate the heat block and everything on the other side of the silicon. So it'd be interesting to see if that actually, if it does melt it or not. I guess you'd know pretty quickly. Yeah, I don't know. Like Lorenzo said, uh, that is going to have constant airflow inside of it, so I would be surprised if it got super hot. But I don't know. I honestly don't know. But no, I need to. It's tough. Like with these things, I have enough PLA stuff to print for the next probably 3 or 4 months to keep my printer like running 24/7. So it's kind of hard to like get the time to experiment with new filaments. The wall placement seems old, or do you mean odd? It's it's actually centered in the bed. It is centered. Enclosure with air filtering. Yeah, I mean that is an option. It the problem with that space is like the way like it become obvious if I like set that little foam board enclosure. With that being in the corner, like having walls coming out far enough, it kind of messes up the feng shui of the workshop here. But no, I'd be yeah, Aaron. If you do, Aaron said he's not happy with the fan shroud missing a fin to redirect airflow. He plans on remixing it. I'd like to take a swing at making one that actually blows air 360. I wouldn't imagine it would be that difficult. Probably the hardest thing would be making it in a way that would print successfully. Like I could think of several designs that would work, but I think would be a massive pain in the ass to actually print successfully without supports inside. But feng shui. But Don B linked a thing here. Let me take a look at that. No, we've discussed it before. I wonder what's I don't know if any of you guys have an opinion. I wonder what's going to happen with Thingiverse going forward. I kind of wouldn't be surprised if it isn't really a thing forever. Because I'm kind of wondering like what's going to happen if it does eventually like slow down or shut down, or if anybody else is going to like enter that market space. Because like I said, there's so many companies like springing up now that's trying to cater to like the consumer 3D printing market. And like Thingiverse is great in a lot of ways, but it's kind of terrible in a lot of ways too, for a number of reasons. And I just wonder if anybody like has plans in the near future to kind of like encroach on their market share and try to like I don't know, try to become Thingiverse 2.0. Yeah, like My Mini Factory. Because there's a lot of great stuff on Thingiverse, and then there's a lot of like I can't think of any offhand, but there's already been a few things that I thought were cool files, but they're unprintable. They're just like totally unprintable. And I don't know if it's like people that don't have printers and they're designing files and they're just not like aware of like some of the limitations of like the process, or if it's just people who don't care, or if it's I don't know. like I know like there's some files that you can print fine with like an SLA printer, like one of the resin bed printers, and then there's ones that they'll work fine for that, but you can't use like a normal like FDM printer. But I actually haven't spent much time on my mini factory. I need to like take some time and scope some things out on there. Yeah, the camera mounts. I would love to have a camera mount for the front of the bed. I wish I could mount my DSLR on the front there to get some nice time lapses. Because you can mount your camera off, but it's tough to do time lapses that way because like your print bed's going to be at different positions whenever it snaps the shot, and it kind of like makes it kind of weird. You can film the whole thing and just speed it up, but that's kind of a pain. But yeah, I think there was somebody in the MK2 group that was doing that. They were trying to design like a camera mount that kind of just like wedged in between the aluminum plate and the heat bed and held his camera back, because like some cameras also need a little bit of distance. I think the C920s are like that. If you get much closer than about 4 inches, they won't really like focus. Your camera mount. Aaron said his camera mount remix supports the DSLR screw. I don't think that's really the issue. I think the issue is that my DSLR weighs like 4 pounds. I imagine that would cause some problems. Try an endoscope for $10. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to have a GoPro. In hindsight, it for some of the projects that I bought my DSLR for doing in the first place, like the GoPro would have worked pretty decently. I need to close some windows here. I have too many things open. My streams, it froze for me, so I don't know if it froze for you guys. Everything in OBS looks okay, but it's really windy here. Hopefully no poles go down. The iPhone does well too. Yeah, I have an LG G3, which actually has a nice camera on it. But I just haven't had the time to mess with like any time lapses. I haven't filmed any, with the exception of like doing stuff on stream. I haven't filmed any prints. But here's this stuff. Like I said, these prints look great. But like I said, they snap off nice. Like they're clearly adhered well. And the bottoms of these ones are perfect. And they're perfectly flat. Which this one's fine. But you can see just a tiny little bit on the edges. Well, I guess you guys can't see, but I can see. It's not perfectly flat on the bottom. But no, even the little skeleton guy in the middle of this is... let me adjust the focus on that. But even the little skeleton guy in the middle is really, really nice. Try to get the focus here. There he is. You see, like I mentioned, there's a little bit of stringing still. Luckily, they're like spider web thin, so it's really easy to clean up. I just end up taking like an X-Acto blade and running it around a little bit. But no, overall, man, I love the 0.25 millimeter nozzle. Couldn't be happier with that. And the printer just seems to print so nice now. After tweaking the leveling of the heat bed and stuff, and getting the axes perpendicular, everything seems really cool. But you see how these work. It's a cool little system. Hopefully I'll have some of this painted up in the next week or two if I get the chance, but nice little modular dungeon. It'll look all freaking cool and gothic and love it. Yeah, I Jason said about PA getting some crazy wind. Yeah, it's super windy today. My daughter, the reason I usually, well, I guess today's Thursday. I usually don't have her, but my daughter went to her grandmother's house. Grandma wanted to spend some time with her for a few hours, and I almost broke their screen door in half because I had my daughter in one hand, diaper bag in the other hand, and I like had to let go of the screen door to open the main door, and it just damn near flew off the hinges and hit the railing of their porch, and it left a 3/4 inch dent in their screen door because I felt terrible, but I don't know. I didn't know what else to do because I was surprised it didn't break the glass and stuff. But yeah, the wind here is terrible. You just saw a cow blow by the window. Gustner asked if I'll try the .15 nozzle. Um, yeah, I'd like to. There's again talking about like companies that are coming out to kind of cater to the 3D printing community. There's a couple companies that are actually making like little gaming miniatures and stuff, and based on the difference in resolution between the point 0.4 and the 0.25, I'm really anxious to see what the 0.15 is capable of. I think that's going to be getting to the point where it's like shocking how clean you can get some prints. Because I think I could already print like this little skeleton guy. He's tiny, and you can see how clean he is. But I'd be anxious to print some actual like tabletop gaming miniatures for like Warhammer and stuff with the .15 and see how they turn out. It's gonna print slow. It's definitely gonna be some slow prints, but some stuff like time really like with these things like time isn't really a huge issue. Some of the wall segments are just like blocks like this, and they really won't be any cleaner with the .25 than they are with the .4 just because there's really not that much detail. But some of the stuff like skull faces and crap like that, uh, like I'm willing to wait the extra time for the slower print speed. But yeah, one of these days, probably after the holidays, like we discussed before, I think for like $35, I got 6 nozzles in the E3D Fun Pack. That's where the .25 came from. And the .15, unless it has changed, I haven't checked it in probably a week or two. They were $19, which is kind of expensive for a brass nozzle. Like it's not hardened or anything; it's just brass. Start another print. The next thing I planned on printing was some more of this dungeon stuff. I guess we can kind of. Let me. What are we doing here? Let me tweak this crap here. We can take a look here because I need to print. So we have the floor tile. This is the one that's screwed up, but we have the floor tile. And what I actually want to do is like have the bone walls and then have two of these curled walls on the side. And you can see I'm actually imitating I've made some Skyrim mods in the past, and I actually want to recreate one of the Draugr crypts that I had made in Skyrim. So I wanted to have like the end of the room be like this, where there's one of these on each side. So I need two of the kind of like half round floor sections, and I want to have like a big like crypt thing in the middle here. So we can take a look here. I guess the easiest thing to do is to pull the kind of cheat sheet up. Because like I said, we'll need at least two of these sections here. And then there's cool crap like this, like a riser. stuff like that. I don't know. It's hard to decide. What put that down? That was piece F in the crypt floors. So if we come in here to simplify, go to import, we're in crypt walls, go to crypt floors. That's piece F. We can print one of these quick just as a test. And again, like you see my settings here, everything's pretty normal. I had done a bunch of tweaking with the extrusion width and extrusion multiplier, but with the 0.25 nozzle, just going with a 0.25 extrusion width seemed to print the best. Retraction settings are standard. Layer settings are pretty standard. I could use more bottom layers, but they've been turning out fine. 150 microns. Skirts kind of unnecessary, but whatever. Infills at 10%, rectilinear on both external and internal. Temperature, like I said, I've been bumping it up to 60 degrees just to kind of like aid with adhesion. I don't think it would really be necessary for a part like this, but the walls had helped. And then also to just kind of like aid with adhesion, I've been using a little hotter temperature for the first layer and then dropping back to 200, which this filament seems to print okay at. And like I said, I did bump the speed up a tiny little bit just to cut a little bit of time off the prints, but still relatively slow. There's a lot of printers, like a lot of people print at like 60 millimeters a second for standard printing. But yeah, I mean, that's not like that. That's they're saying an hour and 18 minutes for this piece. That's not super fast, but I'm fine with it. If you actually stay on top of it, like we could print more than one of these. What time is it? Yeah, I'll go ahead and print a pair of these. Because that should be all that we need for right now. So we want one duplicate. And then we'll just center and arrange. Instead of be what, like 2.5 hours, a little over that. Yeah, 2 hours 34 minutes. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll save those. Close that camera off. Print 4, be strong. No, because I think I only need 2 of these. Because like I said, we'll have 2 in the back corners of the room here, and then this room I actually want to be fairly big. Like I could picture this being like 16 or 20 inches long. To have like big open space. To have some big like have room for like big bad guys and have a cool fight and stuff in here. Anyone was thinking of buying the tungsten premium nozzle? There are people that disagree because I do have some filaments that it would be nice to have them for. I want to do videos on these soon. I got the these are both from Protopasta. This is the rustable iron. It has like just a tiny bit of iron in it that you can actually like rust the print, and it kind of has like a cool antique look. And then I got the polishable stainless steel. I had planned on doing some Christmas ornaments with that, but we actually ended up doing something different. I can run upstairs and get them then, but we made cool little ornaments that make nice gifts. If any of you guys are looking for some really, really cheap gifts that you can make with your printer that turn out kind of nice. But for filament like this, it is nice to have a hard nozzle. But for 99% of the rest of the printing you're going to do, I can't, like me personally, I can't justify the cost when brass nozzles are so inexpensive. I mean, even if you have to replace them, it's probably a good idea to replace them occasionally anyway. Yeah, like Peter said, even printing some of the abrasive filaments, if you're not printing a ton of stuff out of them, it's really not going to be that much of an issue. Because the glow-in-the-dark filament that I have is apparently abrasive because of one of the additives. But yeah, I only printed maybe 3 or 4 hours worth of prints out with it, and I probably won't do a whole lot more, so I don't think it's really necessary to get a hardened nozzle. But anyway, we'll clean this off. And again, I did finally make the change. I quit using paper towels because I was kind of suspicious that paper towels were leaving a little bit of like very fine dust potentially, which might have been hurting my adhesion. So I switched. Anybody that wears glasses, I wear freaking glasses. You get these microfiber like glass cleaning wipes, and these work really well for cleaning your bed off with alcohol. So go ahead and wipe that off. And I know there's one definite sign that my bed adhesion is better. When I first got the printer, whenever I'd pull prints off, you'll see the shape of the print in the PEI sheet where it actually pulls the adhesive up a tiny little bit, and you get like that outline of the piece. And I should have let my heat bed cool down a little bit before I pulled these off, but it's doing that again. Like you can see the outline of these pieces on the PEI sheet. There's like a little bit of lightness around the edges. So that's a good sign. All right, did we actually export that file? I don't know if I exported it. Yeah, we did. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, that'll heat up. That'll take a minute to heat up. Is not to reuse the cleaning cloth? You mean ever? Shit, man, I don't have like 50 of them. So it's going to be reused a little bit. Especially, like, I don't have a problem reusing it, like, there because I didn't actually touch the heat bed. So there shouldn't be any residue to transfer between prints. But no, I would imagine I could imagine using like one of those microfiber cloths for like a week or so, maybe a little less than that, and switching them out. But like I know Aaron is a proponent of using coffee filters to clean your heat bed off. Yeah, like Butthurt just said. Apparently, I've never actually used them for anything, but apparently coffee filters work okay. And I do have some, so I could try that out for a while. But yeah, there's like the obvious like dust, like when you tear a paper towel, it's like the freaking dust goes everywhere. But I was just worried about like really small parts kind of like being left. I don't know if embedded's right, but just kind of like being pushed into the surface. I guess it is embedded in the PEI. And I don't know. I kind of suspect that that's why like there was that slow deterioration over time, because ever since I've got the printer, I've used paper towels and alcohol. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was like just really almost microscopic parts of fiber being left in the PEI sheet that slowly kind of just like filled the surface. Joey found out the hard way. What happened with Joey and cleaning cloths and bed contamination? Did he just have like his PEI slowly get worn out? Don B has a micro Swiss. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people. The impression I got was that people were experiencing like better extrusion with the micro Swiss nozzles, and I wouldn't be surprised, like with anything that's machined like that. it could be the case that micro Swiss just has like a finer finish on the inside of the nozzle and there's less resistance, because that would lead to like more consistent extrusion. Because I know anything that's machined, if you do it to kind of like, I don't know if tolerance is the right word, but if you just don't leave like as good a finish on the metal as you can, it's going to cause a little bit of friction, which could cause you like some extrusion inconsistencies. The video, I guess that's been over a week ago, but the video I tried to record 2 weeks ago was actually about using oil to season your nozzle that will kind of help with that and improve like the overall consistency of the extrusion. But after filming for about 6 hours and not getting usable clips out of it to make a 3-minute video, I kind of had to take a break from it. Which is kind of like, to revisit the beginning of this video, it's kind of why it's like I understand that in most people's eyes, it's just easy. You just jump on camera, do a video, edit it down, whatever. No big whoop. But it's easier said than done for some people. It's like I said, I don't know why I can talk okay on stream, but when I try to record videos, it gets to the point where like anxiety gets so bad, I literally can't talk. I can't get words out properly. I know that's like, it's like schizophrenia in general. It's hard for people to understand, but just kind of take my word for it, guys. Like, I want nothing more. I've been saying since I started that I wanted to do at least like one recorded video a week. But yeah, not every human being has the same life experiences, guys. I don't know if you know this, but it's like a thing. it's true. All right, get some focus there. And hopefully my Z height, it should be the same. Seems good. Seems all right. Yeah, the E3D, they must machine it differently. It must be like a different process than the other ones, because it's almost double. It's actually almost triple the cost of like their 0.4 millimeter, if I remember correctly. I think the 0.4 you can get for $7.99, might be $6.99. We can check Philistruder here. E3D hot ends, parts nozzles. Yeah, their 0.4 is $7.99, and then the 0.15 is $18.99, and that's just the brass. That's not the hardened. It looks like they do sell the 0.25 in the hardened, but it's just like that. I mean, you can buy a hardened 0.25 for the cost of a regular brass 0.15 almost. It's kind of crazy. It looks like they even have the stainless in the 0.25. The hardened steel fun pack's $120. But yeah, I just like maybe down the road I could justify doing that, but I just can't justify the hardened nozzles right now. But no, I don't think streaming's like the hardest thing in the world, but like I've done it on and off for a little while. Like I used to stream a little bit of gameplay and stuff years ago when I had that pipe dream of being a game streamer, like a lot of idiots do. But it's a reality check. I did a podcast with a friend, and it doesn't feel like a normal thing when you're on camera. It's not what people expect it to be. Because I've also helped a couple other people Like I've basically acted as a producer. I just let them use my equipment and stuff, and I kind of like run the soundboard and all that shit for them to do their own video projects. It is so amusing to me now to see people like record something for the first time and be on camera, because people come in and they're like, yeah, you just sit on camera and like talk, and it's like, whatever. And then they sit down and they just like become like, I don't know. It just gets so weird because it's such a weird thing. You just don't understand until you've done it. It is a very strange thing to know that you're on camera. Yeah, steel does have a lower thermal conductivity than brass. That is true. Yeah, like Ryan said, the tooling must be more expensive for the 0.15. I would imagine like a lot of things, the overall demand is going to affect things as well. Like I would just imagine there's significantly less demand for the 0.15s compared to like the 0.4s. So if they can manufacture like, 10,000 of the 0.4s at a time and they're only making 1,000 of the 0.15s, that's going to affect the price too. Don said he was told for the exotic filaments, the hardened would be the best one. Yeah, it depends on the exotic filament. Some exotic filaments don't. They're actually less abrasive than PLA, and then like one of the ones that was surprising to me was the glow in the dark. The glow in the dark PLA is super abrasive, and it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't really be. It's not self-evident which filaments are abrasive and which aren't. But yeah, most of the filaments like these. I don't think it's at all surprising that the rustable iron and the stainless steel filament is abrasive, but even these, it puts a warning on there. And all the filaments I've seen that are abrasive, like the company usually has a disclaimer. Mitchell asked, "What's my favorite filament?" I've only printed. I guess I did technically print with. They're all PLAs, but I have printed with some of the like the heat treatable PLA, the HT PLA and stuff. But my favorite filament to date is the all-in-one robotics orange. That stuff just prints great. It's the stuff that like my cable chains and stuff are printed out of. That stuff's just like super effortless to print with. Almost any temperature setting I've thrown at it, it seems to print fine. It handles like faster speeds really well. It just extrudes really nice. It's a really smooth extruding filament. The color's nice and opaque. I had this, like these cable chains were printed with the atomic filament gunmetal gray, and it was okay. I didn't mind this filament, but it didn't seem to be anything really special. Same with this like silver hatchbox. It's okay. It just doesn't. It's nothing really that special. It prints okay, but you'll just as you like try new things. Because I've still only tried maybe 20 filaments total. Some of them just jump out at you. Like some of them are just like obviously a different experience than like the other filaments of the same type that you've tried. Pretty. Joe said he's printed all kinds of glow in the dark. No issues. Don't be scared. Yeah, I haven't had any issues either. I think, like I said, unless you're printing like excessive amounts of some of those filaments, I don't think even some of the abrasive ones are going to give you problems. I don't think you're going to do like a 2-hour print with an abrasive filament and notice like some astronomical change in like your tip. Butthurt asked if I've tried any PETG yet. I have not. I would like to. I would imagine I'll probably get some ABS at some point just to try it. But I would imagine like any of the stuff that I would want to print in ABS, I'll probably end up printing in PETG. It seems to just be like a nice alternative to ABS. It gives you some of the same like heat resistance and strength and stuff. without the nastiness of printing with ABS. Have you been thinking to color white filament with something like a Sharpie? No, I think Angus did a video on that. No, that seems cool if you guys don't know what he's talking about. If you take, like, just, it doesn't even have to be white filament, but if you take, like, a filament and rub it with Sharpie, it'll kind of, like, integrate that color into the extrusion then, and it gives you, like, some cool effects. No, it would be cool to do a print, like you said, with, like, a white PLA, or even, like, I have some of, I don't know where it's at. Oh, here it is. Some of this everyday PLA from Protopasta that doesn't have any additives. It's just the PLA plastic with nothing in it. It'd be cool to take 20 or 30 feet of this and just kind of cover the whole damn thing with like bright colors of Sharpie, and then do a print with it and see how it turns out. You could do like a tie-dye effect. Yeah, like Ryan said, it's probably hard to get consistent, but it's probably fun. Do some like hippie prints. Do a couple peace signs. A bunch of different colors. Stefan said buy some cheap steel nozzles, heat them up to red, put them in a bucket of cold water, and voila. Hardened nozzle. Yeah, you could. I mean, yeah, I mean, you could do that. It'd probably be better off, like, squelching them in oil. Because then you, like, it's two birds with one stone. Like, you've kind of already, like, pre-seasoned your nozzle, which will help with, like, the smoothness of your extrusion and, like, internal friction with filament. And you've hardened it. Yeah, I don't know. I know you sometimes run into, like, warping with metal when you do that. Yeah, like Ryan said, you could possibly change the size of the hole. Yeah, Peter, friction. Friction. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to try, because I don't want to stream for, like, a real long time today. I'll probably get off here in the next half hour or so. I want to try to record some videos. I really need to do that. But one of the videos I want to do is about seasoning your nozzle with. You can use basically any cooking oil, but I actually found some. My grocery store happened to have some avocado oil, which has a really high smoke point. I forget what it is. It's like a shockingly high. I'll double check it here. It's shockingly high. Yeah, avocado has a smoke point of 270 C, approximately 270 C. Which is nice because you don't have to worry about it, like, causing any problems. Yeah, grapeseed oil, I think a lot of things have, because people use olive oil and vegetable oil, and a lot of oils have higher smoke points than those, but I think grapeseed is quite a bit below 270 C. Like, I was shocked that that's what I have a chart here. I guess I can go ahead and share the screen. But there's a bunch of websites like this where you can check it. Grapeseed's at about 216. Grocery store had peanut oil. Like, a lot of these are fairly easy to find. Peanut oil's not hard to find. Extra light olive oil is actually not super easy to find, but avocado is one of the highest on most of these charts. Depending on the site, between like 265 and 275 degrees C. And I managed to find some, and it was relatively cheap. But extra virgin olive oil, which is one of the things that most people use, is actually fairly far down here. There it is. At 160 C, olive oil will actually start to smoke a little bit. But yeah, there's a lot of decent oils, but a lot of them are hard to find, and I wanted to use something that was readily available at, like, your a grocery store. But I was just surprised that our like small town grocery store had freaking avocado oil for like $5.99. But even oh, I'll see you, Gusner. Thanks for hanging out with us for a while. Uh, Even with the vegetable oil, because I did use vegetable oil and I did use extra virgin olive oil. You're using so little, and it's never just like in contact with the hot end and nothing else. So you end up, it never really smoked for me even with those. So I don't really think it's an issue. Why don't you lube filament? I tried that. I did some experiments with it, and I just could not get a small enough amount of oil on the oiler. It was just causing like bed adhesion issues. It was causing like layer adhesion issues, and I just didn't. I just couldn't get it right because I have the little filter blocks. Right, like I have these little filter blocks that I printed out with a little bit of sponge inside of them that clamp on the filament. But like this one, I took a toothpick and got a single drop of olive oil and put it in there and then let it sit overnight to kind of like diffuse in the sponge. It was still too much. It was still too much oil and it was causing problems. So I know there's a lot of people that suggest using an oiler, but I don't have it on right now. But usually I just have one of these with nothing in it and use it as a dust filter. But yeah, like Andre apparently uses an oiler and doesn't have problems, but I personally can't recommend it at this point. I just could not get it to work. I just couldn't get like the right balance of like oil in there, so I don't know. Some of you guys have some secret that I'm not aware of for getting your oiler to work. I know with some things, like apparently it works a little better with ABS from what I've seen. Try to get this camera like doesn't like this silver filament. It kind of reflects light. But you can see it lays down nice first layers now. If I can get the focus right. Like, I think that's focused, even though it looks out of focus because it's bouncing light off of it. But, no, the printer prints really nice now. Yeah, like Keith said, I worry about that. I worry about, like, oil building up in the hot end. I worry about it, like, building up in the PTFE tube. So, like, I would... Whenever I finish the video, like, I do recommend, like, seasoning your tip with oil, but at this point, I just can't personally recommend, the oiler itself. Like I said, I just end up using it as a dust filter. I can't quite get the focus right. Like I said, a lot of it's the sheen off of that silver filament. But now you guys can see it lays nice consistent layers down for the first layer now. It's a good feeling when you see that go down because, yeah, when your first layer goes down nice, it's a pretty good sign that the rest of your print's going to be aight. What does seasoning give you? Like the analogy that a lot of people use, it's like a cast iron skillet. If you don't season a cast iron skillet, you're going to get stuff's going to stick to it because you don't have any like oil embedded in the surface. So the things that are passing through it actually make direct contact with the metal, and it's kind of like a similar thing with your hot end nozzle. If you don't season your tip, there can be a little bit of friction in there because there's no natural lubricating properties to the filament. Like for me, before I seasoned all my tips, when I'd extrude filament, it would kind of like hook, like you'd see it come out, and you could see there was like tension on the filament as it was coming out, and seasoning it got rid of all that stuff. So with me, the 0.4 millimeter nozzle, I didn't notice a huge difference. I did notice a difference, but the biggest difference was with the small nozzle. Like, I just noticed that the when I was manually extruding filament, it would come out a lot more smoothly and a lot more consistent. And it's a really simple process. When are you printing the Spitfire? Seasoning gives you better flavor, obviously. But no, it just helps reduce like the friction that the filament might be experiencing as it like gets pushed through the hot end nozzle. And like I said, I think any like who was it? Alex? I think it was Alex or Andre. Lots of guys will tell you that they have seen improvement in the overall print quality and consistency after using an oiler. And one of the big things is guys don't experience filament jams nearly as often. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. It's like seasoning a cast iron frying pan. You just go through like a really brief process to kind of impregnate the outer layers of metal with a little bit of oil, and then get rid of all the excess. And that's all you really have to do. And it just lubes things up in there a little bit. But like I said, especially with this fine nozzle, I did notice a difference in like how smoothly the filament comes out of the nozzle. Hot or cold? Again, I'll go through the whole process in the video, but basically you just heat your nozzle to temp for whatever filament you're going to be using. Put a little bit of oil on the end of a piece of filament and manually extrude it through, and let it cool down. I haven't really seen a name for it. Like I haven't talked to anybody about it, but I call it like a warm extraction. Like you use a warm extraction technique where you open your tensioner up on your hot end and set your machine to preheat, and while it's preheating, you pull on the filament. And what it'll do is, as soon as the hot end kind of heats up enough to soften the filament, you can pull it out, and it'll come out in one nice piece instead of like melting and actually oozing out and leaving like some residue in there. And you just do that several times, manually like pushing a little bit of filament through with a little bit of oil on it. And then once you're done, run a bunch of filament through to get any excess out. And yep, it's called atomic pull. But no, it's a really simple process. And like I said, it seems to be worth doing, especially if you have like a finer nozzle. But I've only ever experienced, I guess technically zero. Technically I haven't had any filament jams, but things that you might consider jams, I've only had like 2 or 3 of, and most of them were my fault. But I haven't had any issues. Don't believe me. I know it might have a name like in the community. I just never really found one. Is this going to be something sexual? The atomic method. Okay, it does have a name. I see that. Yeah, yeah, apparently it has a name. It's already kind of like I've kind of already created my own vernacular, so I'll probably just stick with it. But yeah, same process. But yeah, it just like it lets you remove filament from the machine and actually get most of the filament out. You could really do that during any filament changes uh, instead of doing like an unload filament procedure automatically. You could just lay the tensioner open, set the machine to cool down, and as it, like I think what Peter said, it has a specific range for certain filaments that it'll do that at. But as soon as the filament firms up enough to actually pull most of the filament out of the hot end, because like guys have mentioned, if you do it successfully, you'll actually see the inside contours of your nozzle on the end of the filament because you've actually pulled it all out. But yep, like Peter said, it gets some of the carbonized PLA out. It would probably be a smart thing to do occasionally anyway, because when you do it like a normal filament change and you pull it out and you leave a bunch of melted filament in there and you extrude like the new filament out until you start seeing like you don't see the old color anymore, you're probably really not getting all the old filament out. Because if you imagine like the filament flowing through there, there's going to be some that's like sticking to the insides of the hot end that aren't really ever going to get flushed out. But it's probably a good thing to do periodically for a number of reasons. Because I know some filaments linger. That the HTPLA, that kind of like gritty red filament that we tested a few weeks ago, that really seemed to linger in the hot end for a while after I printed it. Yeah, carbonized. Butthurt says he has a jam in his extruder right now that he physically cannot get out, or can't get to because the filament broke off past the PTFE tubing. Yeah, I haven't actually experienced that, so I actually haven't had to find out how to address that problem. More than likely, somebody in chat could be of some assistance to you. But yeah, that kind of stinks. Because, like, if you have an MK2, it actually came with a little needle with a little, it kind of looked like brass turned around the end of it. Andre asked, what layer height am I printing currently? This is at 0.15 layer height. But I haven't actually walked over here and looked at it. I can see the camera there, but... No, it prints really nice. I've kind of just been leaving that 0.25 millimeter nozzle in there for almost everything. Cazolar said run about 100 centimeters through. It's a very good way of getting leftover crap out. But like we were just talking, though, that actually won't... You'll still have some PLA. I forget what... Peter said it was carbonized. You'll still have some like carbonized PLA that just is in there sticking to the interior walls of the nozzle, and it just won't get it all out. Like you'll get enough of it out that you won't actually get any of that old PLA coming out in your extrusion, but it's actually not completely cleaned out. Yeah, I don't know if Peter's laughing at the cleaning filament. I've seen a lot of guys recommend the cleaning filament. But I honestly... I never really said anything about it, but I honestly don't see the purpose. If you're just going to be extruding filament through to get old filament out, I don't know why a cleaning filament would be any better at that than any other filaments. Like if we're gonna call it the atomic pull, if you use a method like that, you're almost certainly gonna get more of the old filament out than using another filament and just extruding through it. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it has like some super special magical qualities that make it do stuff that nothing else will. But I'm just kind of skeptical, and I guess it would be kind of like a hard thing to test in like an objective way. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I could get some and test it, but I just really don't see the need. If you'd use that kind of like that worm extraction method where you let the filament kind of like re-solidify a little bit and then pull it out, like, I don't know, a manual removal like that seems like it would be a lot more effective than any kind of like extrusion based method where you're just trying to flush it out. It's just like your drains. If you use Drano's never going to work as well as using like a pipe snake or something that is mechanically removing stuff out of your drain. But I could be wrong. I'm a noob. It's super sticky. But it would worry me that if it is super sticky, then it itself is probably likely to remain in your nozzle to a certain extent. You might get lucky running the... Yeah. Yeah, it kind of surprised me, like I mentioned earlier, that the glow-in-the-dark filament is apparently, like, super abrasive. It's actually more abrasive, apparently, than some of the filaments you'd think would be super abrasive, like some of the metal fills and stuff. But, no, like I said, I guess we're going to wrap it up here shortly, guys. I just wanted to kind of fill people in on what happened after the kind of hectic stream the other day. Because anybody that watched that, I did get a little frustrated during that. And it still frustrates me that the base of my printer is still obviously not square. Yeah, it blows my mind that it's not square. I don't know. I'll try to move this camera so you guys can see. I can't really move the heat bed back, so you can't really see. But like when my heat bed's up near the control panel is parallel to the front threaded rod, obviously, and the heat bed is way out of whack with the control panel because it kind of pisses me off every time it's up there close and you can see it so obviously. But it just seems weird to me that the frame's like so out of whack, but the axes are like perfect. Because like if I check them with a ruler, like the x-axis to the y-axis, they're like dead on. But the frame itself is not square. So, I don't know, do any of you other guys, I know there's at least a few of you in chat that have your axes perpendicular. Is that the case with you guys too, or did you get your frame square and the axes perpendicular? I couldn't seem to get both. Because it does irritate me. I want to tweak it again, which I probably will at some point. I just need to leave it be for a little bit and get some printing done. But it just seems odd to me that it's right, but it's so wrong. PJ's is both. Yeah, I can't fathom why that wouldn't be possible to do. That's why I kind of started by trying to get my threaded rods at 90-degree angles in the corners, but that seemed to make it harder to get the axes perpendicular. Oh, PJ, it totally does hurt the OCD. It totally does. It feels like such a shallow victory to know that like my axes are perpendicular, but the frame's not square. It doesn't feel right. I feel dirty. Yeah, Peter. Like Peter said, the firmware compensates for your axes not being perpendicular, because it makes me wonder about some things. There's like say we're checking the axes being perpendicular when the z height is low. We really don't have any like really concrete way of checking the different orientations when the z-axis is high, because like how do you know your z-axis isn't kind of tilted a little bit to the I don't know. I don't know how it like could tell exactly. I've often wondered about that. If it if your machine could be correctly calibrated, but if you do like really tall prints, and then you'd actually check like the overall, you know what I mean? If the z height is consistently perpendicular in the x and y axis through the entire like z height range. I don't know. I'd be curious to find that out. Was it all square and perpendicular before you did the bearing changes? No, it would, when I would do the XYZ calibration, it would say that they were slightly skewed, and then it would just like go ahead and compensate, and it printed fine. But I wish I knew several people with pre-assembled machines, so we could actually like take a look at them and see how they are. Because I would hope that they would be some of the best examples of like being square and perpendicular, but yeah, like Joseph, I've seen Joseph interact with several people in the MK2 forums about perpendicular axes, and I don't know if they've like I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a little bit of complacency with the issue, being that like the software can compensate. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't, like, super anal about getting everything perfect in the pre-assembled machines. Oh, Peter, yours was pre-assembled? And it wasn't perpendicular when you ran the calibration? Interesting. That's why I said I wouldn't at all be surprised if there was a little bit of complacency from Prusa Research on like getting them perpendicular. Because it's part of the reason. It is kind of like an OCD thing, but it's part of the reason I wanted to get mine perpendicular. Is that I don't like, it's nice that the software will do things, but if you don't have to let it do things, like, and not use it as kind of like a crutch, there's no reason to. Because, like, my machine, if it would be, like, if somebody would have assembled that at Prusa Research, and they do the XYZ calibration, it's like, the machine thinks it's good to go. But then, like I said, when you start, like, eyeballing stuff, it is obviously not square. It doesn't take a keen eye to see. Like I said, when the heat beds like clear up, you know how it'll like overhang the control panel a tiny little bit when it's the whole way forward. It does not line up at all. It's not even close. So yeah, don't be surprised if we, in a couple months here, have another stream where we're tearing it apart and getting perpendicular and square. Because getting perpendicular, like we've joked about it in the group, it's kind of like being in the Mile High Club of the MK2 community. Actually getting your machine to say you're completely perpendicular, but yeah, if that's the Mile High Club, what is being square and perpendicular? Like, that's something even better. That's like, I don't know. That's like having an orgy on a plane. It's got to be something better than just being in the Mile High Club. Peter said he got his Pinda to 0.025. Mine was, if anybody watches the stream from the other day, I got mine really, really low. I think I was at like 0.04 or something. And I don't know why, but it made me, I just didn't want it so low. I didn't want my hot end to be so low by default. I was just afraid of it. I don't even know. There probably wasn't even any rationality behind it, but doesn't your bed wiggle a small amount because of the zip ties anyway? It does. Like, again, it's not really like a scientific thing. It's just like you kind of get accustomed to your machine. My bed seems way more rigid now that I switched from zip ties to the actual like bushing holders. But I think you're just always going to have some amount of play, just because none of the things we ever put on our machines are going to have actual zero tolerance. But mine seems to wiggle a whole lot less since I got rid of the zip ties. Yeah, like Aaron said, I switched to the actual like it was what the stream started with. The last one is we started with that print finishing, and it did make a noticeable difference. In all directions, like the side to the XY wiggle and like the moving it up and down, it seems to be a lot more stiff. It's not the zip ties' fault. Don't hate on the zip ties. Wait for somebody to do the hashtag. I won't do it. I won't do it. The amount of zip ties on that machine is ridiculous. Yeah. Some of them I think are fine. There isn't a consensus in the community about which are okay and which aren't. Like Aaron has taken it farther than anybody I've seen. There it is, Joseph. Because Aaron, I think even designed a different, like a replacement X carriage that gets rid of the zip ties there. Because some of them, like I don't think the zip ties in the X carriage bushings are that big of a deal. I think they're fine. The ones in the Y-axis bed always kind of rub me the wrong way. Zip ties only to be used in the bedroom. No, there are definitely a few things on this machine I would personally design differently. And some of it, we're going to slowly cover all that stuff. Like, again, Aaron is like I don't know. You just need to work for Prusa, I think, at this point. Because he designed... as it is now, all the corner pieces are independent, and they connect with the threaded rods. And one of the things that Aaron designed was solid front and back pieces that are solid prints that cover the entire front of the machine that like are a fixed distance. So the only real variability you have is the long threaded rods then. And like I would like to make that switch at some point. I think it would be a lot easier to get your machine square with those, because then the only distances you're actually like modifying are the Z frame front and back, which would make the whole process a hell of a lot easier. Because the side-to-side move, like not only is it another pair of threaded rods that give you more control, like sometimes you're just like awash in adjustability, but on top of it, it's a pair of threaded rods, which makes it even tougher because, it's easy to not get them square to themselves because you have to adjust the tops and bottoms separately. So I would like to do some of those upgrades in the future. But like I said, it's tough now because my printer's already running like 24 hours a day. Aaron's waiting for the Prusa job offer, man. That'd be a cool job to have. That'd be I guess you never know what the inner community in a place is like, but it seems like it'd be a cool place to work. At the very least, you'd have a passion for your job. Oh, Francis Chang made the original Y corners, and you improved them. PJ had the power connector from his Roomba melt this week. PJ, were you the... Was that... I think I talked about that a little bit in the last stream, because one of the things I did when the last stream was pop my Rambo case open and double-checked all my connections. Did you happen to be the guy that was a little disgruntled about that? Because I did see a post in the MK2 group, and somebody was not happy with the reply that Prusa had for them because it wasn't covered under warranty. Did that happen to be you by chance? I can't recall the name. But that is like it's one of those tough situations. What happened if nobody? Oh, it wasn't you. I'm kind of glad and kind of sad at the same time that that wasn't you. But what had happened was is this isn't a very common problem, but some people have had their power connectors to either the heat bed or the hot end kind of work loose, and it's one of the higher current connections in the Rambo board. And it's like with any electrical connection, like a mechanical connection, if the connector gets loose, you get in that situation where the connection isn't broken, but it's causing a lot of heat, and it can actually melt your connector and cause some physical damage to the connector and the board and stuff. And that is it's again it's kind of an uncommon issue, but it does happen sometimes with people, and I kind of understand both sides, because from like the end user's point of view, you know, you've spent good money on a machine, something went wrong, and they're not willing to like send you replacement stuff. And then from Prusa's perspective, like I understand that this is something that could be entirely the fault of the end user, because all it takes is you not making sure that your connector is like connected and snapped in place. Because I think one of their responses was that they use Molex connectors, which are like not everybody, again, not everybody has the same life experiences, but like I have worked on arcade games for the better part of 2 decades. And like arcade games have tons of connectors inside, and they all use Molex connectors, and the vast majority of them aren't as nice as the ones that are on the Rambo board. Yeah, Machine said thanks for the stream, and he wants to make sure I followed up on the adhesion issue. Yeah, we'll cover that again in a second. Well, then, and there's that, Joe, is that I don't know if some of them do have a physical restraint on the plug, but mine doesn't have a snap. It's a friction fit. So, yeah, it's like I said, I kind of understand both sides. It's one of those awkward things where I know, like, obviously they don't want to be like shipping out replacement Rambos, but again, as the end user, for them to just say, you know, we'll solder it, that's not a very satisfying reply either. So hopefully they get it sorted out. But like I was saying, in the arcade industry, the vast majority of connectors inside those machines are not as good as the ones on the Rambo board. And they give no shits about anything that happens with most of that stuff. Like in the arcade industry, if you buy a machine, that shit is yours. Deal with it. Because a lot of the repair work you end up doing is like failed connectors and stuff like that end up melting. Even though the game still works, like you have a connector melt, it causes a fire or something crazy. But no, to Machine's question about the adhesion, yeah, a brief recap, like I was having adhesion problems even with like big prints like this. They were I don't know if you can really see that on this one. It doesn't really come across on camera. Like in person, you can see where the corners, like the finish on the bottom is just kind of different in the edges here because they kind of curled up. I was losing adhesion over time, and it was getting worse, and it was finally to the point where even like small prints, like I had those miniature NES cartridges I was printing, and they were curling really bad on some of the places that didn't have a lot of surface area. What I ended up doing was going to Lowe's or like a Home Depot kind of store, and I got a pack of. This was the PEI repair kit. I got a pack of. This is 1500 grit wet sanding paper, wet or dry sandpaper. I had seen guys using 2000 grit, and I just wanted to be a little more aggressive with it. But I got 1500 grit sandpaper, and I would recommend, like people recommended, it's a good idea to use a flat block, put the sandpaper on it, and just kind of like gently scrub the surface of your bed. And then I wiped it all down with acetone, and that seems to have completely eliminated all the adhesion problems I had. But like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of basic things you're going to want to make sure you have correct. You're going to want to make sure your Z height is appropriate for the filament and printing conditions that you're currently printing under. You want to make sure that first layer is the right thickness, that it's being pressed down into the heat bed right, but not too much. But yeah, that's how I solved that problem. And like I printed these two files were printing together, kind of side by side, and these printed perfectly. They had perfect adhesion. They were firmly attached to the bed, but not like ridiculous, so they were fairly easy to pull off. But once I did that, like I said, I did a light sand. You can see like it has kind of a different texture on it now. My print bed. I don't know if it would help to make this bigger. But you can see there's deeper scratches on there. I had some 600 grit sandpaper, and I was going to see if that was like okay. 600 grit is not okay. That is not fine enough. And you can see it. It took me one like light swipe to be like, okay, that is not good. Oh, it's funny. As I was saying that, Kazalar said he used 600 grit. That is a little aggressive, I gotta say. That is a little too much. You're really going to abrase the surface of your bed with that. So I'd recommend, I'd recommend like 1500 to 2000 if you can get something in that range. It's enough to really scuff the surface up nice, but not so aggressive that you're really just eating through your PEI sheet. But after I did that, like I said, I used my microfiber cloth with some acetone to make sure I got all that dust and residue off of there. And then now that I've done that, I switched to a microfiber cloth, and I'm just going to go back to my like regular alcohol routine. And if I see any changes in the adhesion again, maybe in a month or so of printing 24 hours a day, if it starts to get bad again, I'll just do the same thing. Because the PI that came on my machine was pretty thick. Like there's two different thicknesses, I think, that they make that stuff in. And yeah, I think there's a lot of material there to work with. So I think you could do that quite a few times before you'd actually have to replace your sheet. And did I solve the issue with the very subtle rise in the middle of the heat bed? I did. That was basically caused by like if you guys have ever taken like an ATX motherboard or a motherboard off, they have those brass standoffs. There's a similar thing on the bottom of the heat bed that you put screws in through the aluminum Y carriage, and they go up into that. And mine just had a tiny little bit of space. It was probably, if I had to guess, a millimeter and a half of space between the riser and the plate, and the screw was tight, but the riser wasn't like pulling down. So I just ended up taking all of my screws out, made sure I like put some solid pressure on the heat bed while I was screwing them together, and that fixed that. It's still not perfectly level, but it's very close now. Like the bulk of the center of my heat bed is nice and flat now. It still curls down a tiny little bit on the outside edges, but not enough to cause any problems, I don't think. Don't use acetone. It may destroy the adhesive used between the PEI sheet and the bed. I don't think it's really an issue. Because like I said, I'm only going to use it periodically. And it doesn't have a way to get between the PEI sheet and the bed. Because I don't rub the edges with it. I'm just like rubbing basically the center, the bulk of the center. And again, only periodically. I think the alcohol's a fairly good solvent. Like I use 91% isopropyl, and it does a good job. Acetone's just like a little more aggressive solvent that you can use like every once in a while to make sure that alcohol isn't leaving anything on the surface. Oh, thanks, machines. I do appreciate the positive feedback. I think I don't know whether you want to say fortunately or unfortunately, but you missed the beginning, and the stream started with a little bit of negativity. Not all the feedback I've been getting recently has been positive. Make a heat, burr, burr, burr. Yeah, like Aaron said, there was no there was no kind of like note that when you bought your MK2 that you also had to own a soldering iron. So, like I said, I understand why like that response from them kind of rubs people the wrong way. Like I understand that if you're going to be a 3D printer, you kind of have to be a bit of a tinkerer. But at the same time, like not everybody is into soldering, and I've seen some amateur soldering, and it's not something I recommend the average person do if they're not comfortable with it, because soldering is. I've seen people burn the shit out of themselves. I've seen people like ruin stuff. Yeah, I've seen all kinds of chaos with people trying to do soldering when they felt they had to and they weren't really like good at it. So they run down to Radio Shack, buy a $15 soldering iron, and start melting some metal over their electronics. So yeah, I understand why people don't like that response. Oh, like Aaron said, the bigger you get, the more negative feedback you get. I know that's like just part and parcel for being on YouTube, but some of it it's easy to discount, and then some of it it's like there's ridiculous criticism, which like I said, it's easy to just like not pay any attention to that. But then there's like other kinds of criticism. It does kind of just like hit you a little harder than some of the other stuff does. But no, I mean I'm not naive. I understand that like not everybody can be pleased. And it's like some of the things like I've explained in the past, like why they are the way they are. It's just like the way I got into like streaming in the first place. It was always like there's probably people in here that don't know, but the reason I started streaming in the first place is because it takes a lot more time to do recorded content, and I just didn't have the time, and I still wanted to do things, and then like with streaming you get to interact with your audience and stuff, which is nice because it's like this has all been a learning process for me. So like having people that are more experienced in chat was just good overall. It was good for me because I could learn things in a more direct way because I would have people like giving me advice and stuff. It was better for people watching because it was the same for them. You didn't have the disconnect of like having to make a video, wait for people to like comment, which a lot of people won't even comment on videos. Like any of you guys here, you're much more likely to drop a comment in a stream chat than you are to actually like comment on a video. I mean, think of your viewing on YouTube. The number of times you've commented on a video is probably minuscule compared to the amount of times you've like commented in like a live chat. You have to criticize me for not having an LED mounted on your printer yet. Yeah, I need to get some lighting. You'd think being like an electronics guy, I would have knocked that out already, but yeah, there was a lot of reasons like why I started like having streaming as like my format to begin with. Cause like until I hit about 1,000 subs, like I get overwhelmingly positive feedback, and then it's like a light switch flipped when I hit 1,000. It's like it's been a much more mixed bag now, even though like I haven't really changed the way I've done anything. I think a lot of like new people are just coming in with like different expectations than the guys that have been here longer. And then with anything, it makes me think of like going to concerts. The best concerts I've ever been to are small ones. I remember going to Philadelphia and seeing a band where they were the only band there. It was like a 2-hour concert with a single band, and the only people that were there were people who loved this band, and it was freaking great. And then you compare that to like going and seeing like a big band like Metallica or like some big pop star and stuff, and a solid 30 to 50% of the audience is there just because it's a big concert. Like they don't have any particular passion for the people, and the cool guy to asshole ratio is significantly different at a big concert than it is at a little one. And I know like YouTube is that way also. Like the bigger the crowds get, the more people will just like come and watch simply because there's, 80 people in the stream as opposed to like 20 people in the stream. So yeah, like I know things are going to change. And like I said, I'm bipolar, so managing my emotions is not the easiest thing for me to do. So like being bipolar, I'm always like either euphoric or depressed. There's very little time spent in the middle. So it's like it's always been a problem in my life. But yeah, I hang out because you cuss at your 3D printer. Yeah, I've always tried to like not cuss a whole lot, but it's very therapeutic to cuss. You're still looking through the 2 million actors that Nillabean reminds me of. Weren't you in Breaking Bad? Yeah. Yeah. There was a couple people that people have compared me to, and none of them have been terrible yet. It always makes me nervous when somebody's like, "You look like so and so," and I don't know who that is. But I don't know any chemistry. Maybe if Walter White was like, maybe if his master plan was to mod NESs to generate money for his family, there'd be a closer analogy there. Yeah, like Kazalar, it's kind of going back a little bit in chat, but he said that's why there's a number of people selling expensive printers for a fraction of what they paid because they underestimate basically the amount of knowledge you need to like successfully operate a 3D printer. It is definitely something that you need to have some devotion to. You need to be willing to put the time in. You can get it's tough. Like when I started and I put my kit together and I was just like printing the test files off the SD card and everything was like pre-configured, everything was easy. I'm just like Big Dragon and this and Batarangs and Prusa logos and my Joe Prusa bottle opener. Things can be fairly easy when you start, but then when you want to actually start like getting more out of your printer and like venturing out and stuff, it does take a lot of effort sometimes to do things well, especially if you're picky about your results. It takes a lot of time and tweaking, and I think a lot of companies that are making printers now try to play that down a lot. It's like all these printers that are trying to like just sell you a unit, and they're like, yeah, you just pop your card in and hit print, and you're good to go, and no worries, and you'll never have any issues, and blah blah blah. And it's a little misleading. I think this is a little more involved than most hobbies. I think it's a little more than a hobby, depending on what you want to get out of 3D printing. But yeah, there's a bit of a learning curve for sure. But it's like anything. If you care enough about it and hang with it, you'll do all right. It's like a lot of you guys. Like it's so great to me that I've had so many. I've probably, no joke, had 20 to 30 people contact me and say that they bought an MK2 because of me. Like, obviously, some of the other YouTubers, like, influenced them, but what really pushed them over the edge was, like, watching me do live streams and deal with some of the issues on camera. And that's why some of the criticism is hard for me to take, because there's a lot of guys that just want me to be like a professional and get everything right and only disseminate information that's like perfect, and it's like it's never what I've been about. To me it's always been about just like sharing my experiences in a very open way. Like I know there's a lot of guys that do 3D printing videos that all their cursing at their machine, all their frustrating experiences, like all that stuff is done in private. Like they don't share any of that for good reason. I guess I see now for good reason because they don't get any of the criticisms that I get. But that's not why I wanted to do this stuff. I wanted to share. Like the people I love most in life are the full disclosure people. The people that just like anything they have going on, you have access to. Like you can see their frustrations. It's like the stream the other day. I got frustrated. I almost got to the point where I wanted to shut the stream down and just like go do something other than mess with my printer for a while. But, I've gotten a lot of validation from people that it's something that there is a market for. There's people that want to see this. There's people that, aren't experienced with this stuff. And it's like with stuff like me modding consoles and stuff. I had seen like very carefully scripted tutorials and like you do this and then you go to this step and then you go to this step. And you can learn from those, but the things I learned most from were watching guys do this stuff in real time and seeing the things that they had problems with, seeing the issues they had, seeing like how they overcame their issues and how they dealt with like some of the stresses and stuff as a person. Like that was always like a huge part of me becoming like competent at doing some of the things I do. It's not always just like going down an itemized list of do this, do this, do this, do this, and then you're done and it's awesome. So, yeah, that's why like my streams will always kind of be this way. They'll always be kind of raw. It'll always be kind of like me doing things wrong. Peter's a pro. He gets money for fixing other people's Ultimakers. Maybe Peter will start a channel. And some of you guys that don't want to see me fumble my way through things can go check Peter out on his awesome new 3D printing channel. But yeah, like Pretty John just said, or Petty John, that's different. That's a very different thing than Pretty John. Like Petty John just said, it's like a whole different thing when you see the sausage being made, if you want to say it that way. You're a real YouTuber like me. I can't even read that sentence without laughing. No, it's kind of funny. Like I have done like video podcast or video projects and stuff on YouTube before. It's funny. The one thing that I actually had some success doing and enjoy doing was freaking 3D printing of all things. But yeah, being in front of a camera sucks. Having everything you ever do scrutinized is not the most fun. But yeah, drones are cool. I have one. It's like a ridiculous consumer one. Look at this thing. My dad. Look at this fucking thing. There's some cursing for you. My dad thought I needed this. He always gets me the most bizarre Christmas presents, and this was like my Christmas present from last year. Ridiculous. It is fun, but it's just funny. I imagine the drones you have, Peter, are of a slightly different nature than that thing. Cause I don't have a whole lot anymore. Like I used to fly. I have a couple of these little. I mean, these are nice little helis, but I used to fly helis as a hobby. These things are pretty fun, the little MXRs or MSRs. But I used to fly helis, and my dad thought I would like drones because they are very similar. A drone is much closer to a heli than it is like flying a plane. But yeah. Yeah, the delay, like you guys are just now seeing that. But yeah, isn't that that thing's freaking huge. And like most of the drones that I see people, like they're the little like smaller racing drones. But yeah. But yeah, the delay, like we were talking earlier about the delay. The delay is crazy. Oh, I moved it a little bit. Okay. Sometimes the point it's playing at gets shifted. So yeah, the delay doesn't seem crazy today. Yeah, I could probably print some airframes and stuff. Because I know with the helis, like I had gotten to the point where I was making airframes and stuff out of graphite rod and aluminum tubing and stuff. Because some of the ones that you buy just aren't as great as the ones you can make yourself. But yeah, like if Peter has racing drones, they're slightly different than that big old beast there. Andre has a Phantom 4. Those are pretty sweet. Those are pretty sweet. I've seen quite a few videos of people destroying those within a few moments of buying them. I can't remember the models. It's been a couple years since I had a serious helicopter, but I've had a couple like decent helicopters. I've had a few that would fly inverted and stuff, and I used to do like a little bit of like trick flying. Like I wasn't bad, but it's just I never had like a ton of time to devote to it, and it's a really expensive hobby. Especially when you're trying to learn to fly inverted. You break a lot of stuff. You break a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, the 450s. Yeah, and some of those are serious little machines. I thought I broke my arm with it one time. I had a I had it contact the ground, and one of the carbon fiber blades, because they're about that long. I was only standing about 3 feet from it, and it hit my arm, and I thought it broke my arm. It was pretty bad. Because I have a big knot on my bone from when another story. Uh, I'll, I'll, I'll tantalize you with a teaser. My stepdad tried to shoot my mom, and I tried to. My stepdad was beating the shit out of my mom. I tried to shoot him with an SKS 47. Couldn't get it loaded because it uses a slip clip, and I only had a single round, and I couldn't get it loaded. And he grabbed it and swung it at me like a baseball bat, blocked it with my arm, shattered my arm, and I've had problems with it for the rest of my life. And then on top of that, when I got my cast off, the bone hadn't set right, so they had to re-break it. Not an experience I would want most people to go through. It was pretty gruesome, but that blade, I have like a knot on my bone there where it didn't heal quite right after they re-broke it, and the blade hit that, and it was like one of the worst pains I've ever felt in my life. I still occasionally like will bump that knot on something hard, and it like makes my soul hurt. It hurts so bad. What's a tiny whoop? A tiny whoop? I gotta see what this is. Oh, I have seen these. Yeah, they are like these little things. I can pop the screen up. These like almost comically small little helis. They are pretty sweet. There's like a good to give you guys an idea on the size. That is like the kitten of the heli world. Those are pretty funny. Yeah, having a bone rebroken, I remember it vividly because they numb it. Like I didn't actually feel the pain, but like I felt that thud go through my whole body when the bone rebroke. Not a pleasant experience. It makes me feel kind of funny just even thinking about it. But I remember there was nothing really scientific about it. Like the doctor gave me like the bro grip, and the nurse held down like right behind where it was broken, and the doctor just like pulled up on my arm until it snapped again. Good times. Yeah, like I guess you guys are talking about basically like drone legislation, because it is changing. I think a lot of it's like some of it I think is fueled by like irrational fear of like what people are doing with drones. Like people hear the word drone and they think like U.S. government and military and kind of crazy stuff. But Andre, hell, this sounds terrible. Your broken arm. Yeah, I've had some. I've definitely got some stories. We'll have to have some story time here on the Nillabean channel. Like my dad's a cool guy now, but he had some rough periods in his life where he was not the greatest person, and my mom got remarried, and my stepdad was worse than him. Abusive men are not great to have in your life. In Sweden, no private person is allowed to use a drone with a camera. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks. I like it's one of those things where I don't even know like I can't even think of like like being malicious with it. Like I guess your mind instantly jumps to like you know the neighbor's wife in the shower, but it's like yeah. Like mathematics said, it's a new ruling based on a really old law. The media scene got mad. I wouldn't be surprised if they got it wrong too. Like there's a couple things that I'm into that some legislation has changed on over the years, and the media always repeats on it and they're or reports on it, and like half the times they're just like wrong about what the legislation even says. They'll either like exaggerate the impact it's going to have, or like grossly underestimate the impact that it's going to have. They never seem to like kind of have like a rational position on some of the stuff. Peter said it's the press who made people paranoid about drones. Yeah, totally. It's like I said, the average person who doesn't know much about them, like as soon as they hear drone, they think of like Afghanistan. They think of, yeah, just like spies and hackers. And when in reality, if you see a drone flying around somewhere with a little camera on it, it's probably some idiot hobbyist like me that's standing in his backyard, like just messing around, who couldn't do something malicious with it if they wanted to. Plus, like most of the stuff you're in public anyway. It's like they're fine with somebody walking around with their iPhone, like recording everything, but a drone is like somehow like this completely different situation. Oh, that sucks, Magnus. Yeah, like Aaron just said about the media and 3D printing. It's just like it was disappointing. Some of you guys probably remember it wasn't that long ago with the I think it was the 16-year-old that died in a fire, and the headlines, because BBC actually went back and changed the headline. Their initial headline said 3D printer explodes. I mean, that was almost verbatim what it said, and it was just like it could not be more misleading. Because I know some of the I'm pretty sure Joel, 3D printing nerd, I'm pretty sure he commented on the story, and a couple other guys did, because it was all being blamed on using like hairspray as like an adhesion method to help improve like your bed adhesion and stuff. And I mean, it is sad. I mean, the boy did end up dying, but yeah, like reading stories about that was just like, oh my god, like how did people get stuff so bad? Like they're so hyperbolic about everything they report on. It's ridiculous. Yeah, like Peter said, it's the story was because I'm kind of like I'm not a libertarian, but I'm like I lean that direction. Like I don't think it's anybody's job to save you from yourself. I mean, people are just going to kind of do things that are stupid sometimes, and just the nature of reality that you're going to suffer the consequences of doing some of that stupid stuff sometimes. It's like me using my Dremel tool all the time the way I do. I'm kind of like fast and loose with it. That's a choice I made. You know, it's like if I would cut one of my fingers off using my Dremel tool or something, there's a lot of people that would be trying to sue that company that manufactures that tool. And it's like, I don't think that way. There's a lot of people that do. The like the nanny state crowd who think it's like everybody else's job to protect you from yourself. Yeah, Peter believes in Darwin's natural selection. I agree. If you protect stupid from itself, it's just going to propagate within a population. We don't want to incentivize stupid. Definitely. Let those people kind of weed themselves out. Oh yeah, but the thing is, mathematics recommended I do some searching on black hat and hacking drones. Uh, yeah, I mean, drone like I guess like drones can aid you in that, but that's something you can do already. Like I was really into hacking for a few years. Uh, I'm actually I'm actually like I can actually hack. I'm not like there's a lot of people that download executables and run some stupid stuff and think they're hacking. Because I got out of it because I was getting to the point where I was putting myself at pretty significant risk of like going to prison with some of the stuff I was doing. But yeah, that's another thing where like the media like with hacking is kind of really weird because like hacking, like sometimes the media will report on it and they're like they exaggerate really bad, and then other times they'll report on stuff and it's like, no, you're not realizing what people can do with this. It's like you were talking about little ad hoc Wi-Fi networks and stuff. There is some crazy stuff you can do with that. There is some crazy stuff I've done with that. It's networking is still kind of like, or wireless networking is still kind of like the Wild West of the information technology world. There's still a lot of things you can do with Wi-Fi. Because even like I actually did all the research to write an article. I was going to do like, I don't know. I was going to write a little piece and send it to our local newspaper to try to encourage people to improve their Wi-Fi security and stuff. But I actually mapped every single wireless access point in our town. We have a town of about 30,000 people, and there was about 78,000 wireless access points. And I won't get into it too much. It's not that complicated, but there's ways that you can map wireless access points with GPS units and stuff. And I actually mapped every wireless access point in our town. There was like 78,000 something, or I forget what the number was. It was kind of funny because there was more wireless access points than there were people in our town. It's kind of funny, but at that time, that was about 7 or 8 years ago. 40% of those wireless access points were unsecured. And even with a secured access point, with enough time, you can do whatever the hell you want to do to it. With a little bit of know-how, you can do whatever the hell you want to do with somebody's wireless access point. Like regular consumer routers, like the router I have, it would take you less than 5 or 6 hours to hack my access key. Depending on less time than that, depending on how like what equipment you have and how good you are at using it. But yeah, people are still a little naive about Wi-Fi and stuff. Same with Bluetooth. Bluetooth is like a pretty big security hole for a lot of people. But no, it's crazy how like people are with drones and get scared about them and stuff. Because even like that hacking and stuff, all of that hacking, like I had a long range Wi-Fi antenna that, even like relatively small access points, I could gain access to them from, a little bit, probably about a quarter mile, depending on the exact circumstances. A little more than that, a little less than that, depending on the circumstances. But yeah, I could hack your Wi-Fi access point from upwards of a quarter mile away. So a drone doesn't really like put people more at risk than they already are at risk from like a little asshole like me who would want to do something kind of douchey to you. Did I make a cantenna? I've never made something quite that makeshift. I did some things that enhanced, like I had some decent like panel receivers and stuff like that, or transmitters. I had done some things that enhanced them a little bit, but Rob asked where I'm from. I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in southern Pennsylvania here. But yeah, I remember the Pringles cans. They were pretty funny. Yeah, like Magnus said, it's still kind of scary how easy it is to hack people's Wi-Fi. I mean, if somebody has bad intentions and wants to devote the time to it, they can get in your stuff. It's just a matter of time. I mean, there are some systems out there that are practically impossible to hack into, but nothing a consumer is going to have. Yeah, essentially nothing on the consumer market is like that. That's mostly like DoD, Department of Defense, and some of that stuff. Yeah, and even that's hackable if you again have the know-how and the time. I used to live beside a guy who was an asshole, and he would do some douchey stuff sometimes, and I'd hack into his network and print shit out on his printer, and I can't imagine how unnerving that was for him. But that was just some of the like trivial stuff. Like some of the other stuff I used to get into, I don't even really want to say, because like I said, I kind of got away from it because I was getting to the point where I could have, if something would have went wrong, I could have went to jail. But it's addictive, man. Hacking's so much fun because like I was never a guy that really had like malicious intent. Like I never wanted to destroy people's stuff or ruin their systems or anything. It was just like the thrill of like doing it, like of actually successfully getting into stuff. Retarded military. Retarded military. But no, it's addictive. And it takes so little. Like most of the stuff I ever did was on a $200 netbook with maybe a $150 Wi-Fi antenna. And then when I was messing with Bluetooth stuff, I think the equipment for that was like less than 40 or $50. That's why I need to take a little better precautions on like if my YouTube channel is going to grow, I need to I need to I need to have some tighter butthole around here with my network and stuff. Yeah, that's like Lee pointed out. That's part of the reason I got into picking locks. It's kind of the same thing. It's just kind of I don't know. It's just like rewarding to do things because a lot of it is like I said, there are a lot of people who just use programs to do things, and then there's like the guys that take the time to understand how to actually like manually do a lot of stuff. And I was always like one of those guys. That's why I like lockpicking so much. Is it's like genuinely a skill based thing, and it's just like satisfying. I should hack YouTube and earn more clicks. No, I don't have any interest in that. There's already places where you can go buy subscribers and stuff. File's done. Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy in Sweden. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think like 20% of my viewers overall are from Sweden. It's kind of crazy to me. Because I've seen some of the other 3D printing YouTubers. I don't know what's different about my channel. There must be something different. But some of the other guys, I guess their audience is predominantly in the States, and mine is predominantly outside of the States for some reason. I don't know if it's like, it might be the time of day that I tend to stream. Yeah, like that. It's like overwhelmingly not. I think only like 27% of my viewers are from the States. Yeah, it must be. It must be like when I stream, because it's like when I used to do online gaming. Most of the guys I used to play with were in like I used to be in a lot of Australian clans in different games. Just because that was like the time of day that I was like up and about. Oh, and the MK2 is selling like hot butter in Sweden. The way the way your head aligns with the piles of NES in the background looks like a map of Sweden. Good to know. Well, I'm glad for you to say that. Magnus said you have good videos and a nice community attached to it. Thank you, Magnus. Thank you for being one of those guys. Someone say free beer. Oh man, I've I've been doing some looking on YouTube about Dungeons and Dragons lately, and there's one guy I've been watching, and he always has, I think it's Drunkens and Dragons. Since we're just kind of here shooting the shit, I'll share him with you guys. Let me find a good one here. But he is always drinking on stream, and it makes me so jealous. That needs to be a new element on the stream here. I need to be sitting here with like a nice little micro brew or something. But, okay, so here he is. Here's this guy. I've been watching his channel, like, a lot lately. And, it's a really cool channel. Like, he does everything from the perspective of being the dungeon master, like, doing the best you can to, like, have good terrain and, like, good adventures for people. And you can see his cup there. He's always drinking in his videos. But they're, like, his ships and stuff. Like, he makes so much cool stuff. It is really easy to get inspired by different guys. Like, some of the stuff he does is just, like, fantastic. My internet's gonna act terrible because I'm streaming, but yeah, I've been watching him a lot lately, and he's always drinking on stream, and it makes me think we need, like, a format change around here. Did he print that all? No, he's one of the old school guys, like I showed you guys this stuff that was all, this is like craft. It's like craft central. You're just like, it's like polystyrene sheets and hot glue guns and knives and all kinds of stuff. But no, it is interesting. There's another guy that I watch that also does a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and like miniature gaming stuff like that. And it's interesting to see the effect that 3D printing is having on that community. I'll go ahead and share him with you. He's another super interesting guy. Like, I watched this. Okay, so this is making orc tents out of tissue paper and paper towels, right? Which sounds retarded, for lack of a better word. Right? And, like, I watched his video, and when he's all, like, done with it, it's just like, holy hell, man, that looks, like, very convincing. Like, his stuff looks really good. That's, like, paper towels and toilet paper with like Elmer's glue and stuff. And it just turns out great. But he just recently, I know you guys are like, why the hell am I showing you this? This actually ties in more than you'd think. The guy I just showed you actually just bought an MK2, and he just recently did a video about like what impact that's going to have on like his channel, because he does all the like regular old school crafty stuff, like glue and hot glue guns and cutting foam and all kinds of stuff. But he did a video, I think it was just a few days ago, about like the impact that he thinks 3D printing is going to have like on that kind of stuff, and more specifically his channel, now that 3D printing is hitting like the consumer market. And he more or less just made some points that I made earlier about how like neither is better than the other. They're just like of two different natures. Like for big stuff, like if you're gonna cover a table with like a bunch of stuff, the old school method's gonna be faster and more or less better. But like a lot of this stuff that I printed, that I'll be doing videos on this before or in the future, like I printed these tables. They're another company that I got files from, and they're actually going to start sending me all their files before they release them, because they want me to start doing reviews. But there's like little bookshelves. I know you guys can't see this all that well, but little bookshelves, and these turned out so great. I love how nice these things print. Little chests, like treasure chest, has like an articulating lid and stuff on it. Stuff like this, 3D printing is great for, because you can have like really high levels of detail. These things are super convincing. Like these tables, I know the detail doesn't show up that great because this is that kind of peachy colored Prusa orange PLA. But stuff like this is fantastic. You know, like once you have, you know, your dungeon and stuff like all ready to go, and you know, whatever. Like stuff like this, it's hard to beat for the printing because it just looks great. The pieces are fairly tough. Level of detail is fantastic. And this stuff is actually kind of hard to make in a way that's convincing by hand. So like there's a real nice balance to be struck between like having your big pieces that you've made out of foam with like if you guys have never seen that before, like the insulation foam. I actually have some over here. You get you see this has like the Lowe's logo on it, but you get sheets of this like insulation foam. I think this is a 1-inch piece. But you take that stuff and you can layer it up, and then guys actually take wire and run current through it so the wire gets hot, and then you can like basically use it like a scroll saw, and you cut the foam and stuff. But there's a nice balance to be struck between using that stuff to make big pieces, because with some of that, I could make a room that would cover this table in, you know, a couple hours. And if you try to 3D print it, it would probably take you weeks. But you can strike a nice balance between like doing that stuff like kind of the old school way, and then using 3D printing to do like some of these like things that you just can't touch this level of quality, doing it by hand with popsicle sticks and toothpicks, you know. But no, I just love, that's why I love like 3D printing so much. It's starting to impact like so many different communities that you'd never really think of. Just like there's some of the obvious ones, like we were talking about helicopters and drones and stuff earlier. Like 3D printing has had a huge impact on that community. Basically, like if you get on like Etsy, like anything craft related, you know, 3D printing is like becoming a bigger and bigger part of that stuff. Like wargaming. There's a lot of companies that are worried about, you know, before, like companies like Games Workshop that made all the miniatures that I use for like Warhammer and stuff. Their prices have climbed so much over the years that they're really concerned about people like buying printers and, you know, having these other companies come in and cater to them and making files for miniatures and stuff. And I think as time passes, 3D printing is going to kind of whittle away at their overall market share for a lot of these like these hobbies and stuff, which is, I think, is great. Because I'm all for people like doing the stuff they want to do and having as much control as they can over it and doing it for, as little cost as possible. I'm an American, so I'm a capitalist, but I think there's a balance to be struck. I think everybody can make money and still, not bleed people dry every time they want to have a little fun with some stuff. But some things will never change. Like if you'd want to pay 10 grand and have an injection mold made of this piece, 3D printing is not in the foreseeable future going to compete with like injection molding for some parts. Like my dad, I'm sure some of you guys that have printers have like relatives or friends like that just don't quite get what 3D printing's really for. Like my dad, he just wants me to like copy things. He's like, "Oh, this pen, can you make one of these pens?" It's like, no, they injection mold that, and they could make 1,000 of these in like a day. I could make you like 2 a day. It's not what the 3D printing's for. It's for making like relatively low run unique stuff. But Lee says, "I drink while watching your streams. Does that count?" That doesn't help me out. But no, I'm sorry. That was like a long tangent, but yeah, I like talking about that stuff. I have a ton of hobbies. And I just love that 3D printing like brings something to the table in basically all of them. It's like one of the great things about owning a printer. And it's like one of the great things in addition to that is being able to make your own files. Like it's cool to be able to buy this stuff, but like me, spending 70 or $80 on the Rampage dungeon stuff, I'm not going to be buying any files anytime soon again. Like I've got a ton of stuff to print, and I couldn't really afford this when I bought it, but I bought it anyway. So this is going to be occupying me for a while, but a lot of these, you could come in and like I could pull these STLs into something and do some modifications, like tweak them and stuff. You think the good thing about 3D printing is that the Imperial guys get used to metric. I'm totally with you there. I think the Imperial system is so dumb. Oh my god. Like, anytime you're in any field that does mechanical drawing or CAD work or anything, you forget it exists. At my old job where I did some CAD work for, it used to be Grove Cranes. It's Manitowoc now. But I always thought it was funny how like there were certain groups of people that only used Imperial, and then everybody else, like the entire rest of the world, and even like all the guys in the company, like we used metric for everything because it makes sense. It's so much easier to use. Because like you'd like one of the common ones is like the normal measurements, like 1/8 of an inch stuff. That's one that you use all the time. And like you'd be like, that's 0.125. That's 125 thousandths. They'd be like, well, how long is that? It's like, why? It's exactly the length I just told you. He's like, no, but how, like, is that like 1/4 inch? It's like, oh god, you're stuck on that. Because it's so awkward, like, yeah. You take 0.125 times 0.125, and it's fairly straightforward to get your answer. It's like you take 1/8 of an inch times 1/8 of an inch, and it gets a little more obfuscated, trying to like do the conversions and stuff. And that's a simple one. Like you guys were talking about, yeah, like measuring filament. Like some things, it's just so awkward to use the Imperial system, and then you start having to like use Imperial and then convert it to metric and back, and it just sucks. That's why I envy you guys that live out of the States. You don't even have to like acknowledge the Imperial system exists for the most part. But see, I mean, like John pointed out, you could just say Americans instead of the Imperials, because Yeah, I think there's another handful of countries that use the imperial system, but I mean America's like the only notable one that I'm aware of. There's a tiny country in Africa. Oh, do they use miles per hour in the UK? That's dumb. Oh, like that's another one of those miles per hour, man. Doing conversions with that's a pain. That's an awkward unit of measure to work with. Especially if you ever reference anything outside of that, it's probably in metrics. You end up doing a bunch of conversions. But yeah, good times. Good times. That brings back a lot of memories. Because you can instantly tell guys that aren't like, that don't work in CAD and stuff, because they kind of look at you funny when you start using like metric measurements. And it's like weird when you know metric because it makes way more sense. Oh my god, Nilla, you did that thing. You get a ding dong. Oh, oh. Is that, are you referencing the YouTube bell? Well, like Mr. Wizard said, he likes metric but always use Fahrenheit. Yeah, like some of it just gets ingrained. Like Celsius and Fahrenheit aren't quite as bad as like length and volume measurements. Because at least those you don't usually have to convert them. Like there's not much crossover with those systems. You either use Celsius entirely or Fahrenheit entirely. So they're not quite as bad because that just gets ingrained in you. And it's just kind of like a scale that you get, used to. Yeah. But it does make sense. 0 is really cold outside, 100 is really hot outside. What's so special about water, man? Who cares what temperature water freezes at? Why you gotta base a system on that? No, I agree, Joey. Temp makes the most sense in metric. Yeah, and it's like an awkward conversion too because it's kind of like a shifting scale. Like you can't just it's not just easy to say that X degrees in Fahrenheit is X degrees in Celsius. But anyway, enough hating on units of measure. One day the states will change. One of these days, but it's not going to be soon. Yeah, Celsius 100 is fairly cold outside. 100 is you're dead. Let's not mention Kelvin. Kelvin, I mean to be fair, Kelvin makes more sense to me than Fahrenheit, but that's a whole nother discussion. Right-hand drive cars. That one to me is like that's not as big of a deal. Here in the States, we want to make sure that we die if we hit another driver. That's how we do it. You want to make sure you're just driver to driver if there's like any kind of collision. You should try and print the Spitfire. Is that the plane that they're giving away? I wanted to Google that because I can't remember that. Is that you get a free? Why are they doing that? Is this a real story? Is this real life? I'll show you guys because I had seen somebody post this on social media that you get a free 3D printed Spitfire with every original i3. Why? that's that's my. I mean, to sum my response up as concisely as I possibly can. Why? Why are they doing that? Or do you get the model? Do you just get the model, or do they send you one that's printed? Oh, okay, they give you the model. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Uh, I thought they were giving a printed one away, and like my first response to that was just like, why? Why would they do that? That seems odd. I mean, even just getting the STLs, it's still just kind of like an okay. I'm never gonna print that, but thanks. Is it maybe only with the? Is it the only the MK1? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's only with the MK1, not the MK2, to promote sales of that. I don't. That wouldn't really sweeten the deal for me, honestly. Oh, one of these posts failed in here. Let me grab that. This it's one. I watch a lot of British shows, and the one character says that I have some minor criticisms. I have some minor criticisms of this print. Is it has like posts in here that are, I guess, supposed to help with that the bridging in this little slot, but it's like on any decent printer that's like a I don't know, like a 4 millimeter bridge. Any printer on the planet that's even remotely decent doesn't have any problem bridging that. So I think it's kind of an unnecessary thing. And occasionally, like they have a really tiny footprint on the heat bed. You can kind of see under there. They're just little posts. It's kind of stupid in my professional opinion. I think they could have just like designed around that. Like if they'd have a little bit of headroom in that slot, so even if there is some sagging, they wouldn't have needed those posts. Because what happened there, I don't know if you could see, one of the posts had broken loose and somehow like pulled up out, and it was kind of like in the infill, causing chaos. Oh, so you do get it with the MK2. I mean, it's cool, but I don't know. It wouldn't matter to me. I'm never going to print it. Especially if you guys... How long do you guys say it took? 10 days to finish? Jesus. Yeah, I would... Even if I would have it for free, I'd never print it. I guess there's some people that'll sweeten the deal for. I guess, like, maybe some people that are new to 3D printing, they're going to think that they're going to do it. Oh, Joey made that up. Peter, test your skills. Print the Spitfire. There is no way I'm printing the Spitfire. Maybe if I had a second printer, even then I probably couldn't justify it. I was going to say, maybe if I had a second printer, I'd let it sit there and print a Spitfire. I would if it was a tank. Hell yeah, if they had some really sweet Tiger 2 STL or something, maybe one with like the Hennischel turret or something on it, I'd print that. But yeah, Spitfire, same time period, not quite as interesting to me. But yeah, in addition to the many other things I talked about today, I'm also a tank nerd. Printing with the .1 nozzle to 100% infill. I don't think it would fly at that point. Peter says he has the P38 and the Mustang from them. They're not easy to print. I wouldn't be surprised because, I mean, the wings, it looks like the wingspan's maybe 18 inches to 2, or not even the span, just the wings. I would imagine they need to be out or be in quite a few pieces. That would be tough. That would be a tough print. Oh, we can look at some of this. I've been making an effort to get my social media. This is from Lee Johnson. Here's one of my latest 3D prints on his homemade i3 with a 30 centimeter build area. That's pretty cool, man. That's a cool print. I don't know what that is exactly, but that's a cool print. It looks like it printed nice. Colors look good. Look at that thing. That's a cool looking machine, man. What's all over here on the sides? I assume that's your Rambo. Do you have like a separate... Oh, I assume that's the power supply. Never mind. No, that stuff's... Those are really cool prints, though. Everybody give Lee a golf clap here. It was pretty nice. Oh, here, yeah, I guess we were talking about this earlier. There's the cooling shroud on the 3D40 from Dremel, the Dremel 3D40. That looks like, yeah, that looks like a cool design. It looks like this also has the benefit of kind of containing the heat block. I know there was some of those minor criticisms I was talking about. I know Joel, the 3D printing nerd, he did a video recently on changing, I forget what machine it was, changing the nozzle on a different machine. And it looked a lot easier than changing the one on the, maybe it was the MakerBot. It looked a lot easier than changing the E3D nozzle. Because the E3D nozzle, like if you guys haven't seen the other video, you can break stuff if you're not careful, because you have to actually grip the heat block and then rotate the nozzle, because otherwise you'll be rotating everything and you can like bend your heat break and cause a bunch of problems. No, but those were cool prints. I especially like the prints where you can backlight them and it kind of like makes the design look sweet with different filaments. Oh, that was a driver for larger motors. I got you. What size steppers are you using on that? I didn't really take notice. Golf clap equals men at work. But no, that's why I wanted to kind of get, like, I don't really use Twitter that much, but it's nice for people to be able to send me stuff, because I like seeing, like, projects that you guys are working on. There's just, like, you need to expose yourself to other people's stuff with a 3D printer, because there's so much stuff out there you can do with them that you aren't going to think of yourself. Like, we're going to wrap it up here, but I'll show you guys a print that I found recently on Thingiverse that I'm going to print some out and paint them up as GIFs. Thingiverse is so slow sometimes. Here it is. I thought these were cool. These are little s'mores ornaments. And you see they print in a couple pieces, and you do have to paint them and stuff. There's a little bit of finishing work. But what a cool little print. It's a cool, like a little marshmallow man with a face, and it's like a little s'mores with an ornament. And it's kind of a shame, because like this guy, he has a nice video. Like he shows like the design process and everything. But no, what a cool little gift. But he's got like, he only has 32 subs, and they were nice videos. You have to go show that guy some love. But I thought they were really cool. I'm gonna make probably a dozen of those, I would say, before Christmas, and just give them out. Because, like, yeah, print them out yourself, a little bit of time painting them and stuff, and my daughter can help. Give some to the grandparents. It'll be hilariously poorly painted. Those would be cool gifts. Oh yeah, Aaron. The link to the assembly dimensions must have been. I did see somebody say that link was broken. I'll have to fix that. Expose your printer to other people. Just don't get arrested doing it. Yeah. The NEMA 17 2 amp. Uh, am I remembering correctly? Doesn't the MK2 have 17s? Or are they just like lower amp versions or something? Oh, okay, it does work. I think someone had commented on that video that the link was broken. Maybe that is not the case. I know the internet is hard for some people. Some people struggle here on the interwebs. I don't know. I don't know why I'm looking for it. Where is it here? Oh, there was another comment. I guess, like, again, it's mostly just get the opinion of you guys in chat. One of the comments I got on the electricity usage video was because I kind of agree with this to a certain extent. And the guy says, this just proves that we should not be using 12-volt power supplies. Why Prusa went with the 12-volt is baffling to me. The Maker Gear M2, or his Prusa-style Maker Gear M2 averages 150 watts with the bed at 95C and the hot end at 245 for ABS, because it uses a 24-volt power supply. And then the MK2, the point he's making is that with the heat bed and the hot end significantly higher on his other machine with a 24-volt power supply, draws basically the same amount or less power than the MK2 with it at like standard PLA settings. But because I've considered, I know even Tom Sandlander, he did a video about overvolting the power supply in the MK2, which there are a lot of advantages to having more power available for electrical systems, especially like things like motors and stuff. Having higher amperage just like will make them a little less prone to skipping steps and stuff. But I think Tom took his video down because overvolting your power supply isn't necessarily the best way to do it. But I've been curious, like, what some of you guys with experience, like, what the consensus is on like upgrading the power supply to something a little beefier. Because I think my kind of rudimentary understanding, like I only have a moderately thorough understanding of like electronics, but my understanding is that 24-volt power supplies are more efficient in a lot of different ways. Andre uses an ATX power supply, ATX PC power supply. The heat bed kills the old one. Jen Cab asked, "Have I checked my heat bed connector for any issues?" Yeah, I actually did when I did the previous stream and we had the machine torn apart. One of the things I did at the end was pop the Rambo cover open and just double checked all my connections and kind of reseated them. Aaron points out that is a good point. It's a little harder to find 12-volt fans. There aren't nearly as many options on the market, and that leads to a lot of things like prices aren't quite as competitive on 24-volt fans. Yeah. Yeah, Aaron said I think that was the guy's point in the previous video, that the Maker Gear M2 runs on a 24-volt system. Jai makes a good point too. Like you can use relatively simple and cheap DC to DC converters. You can actually make your own if you'd want to get 24 or 12 volts out of the 24 to run 12-volt fans. Yeah, Gen Cab's just making the same point there. Yeah, a lot of that stepping voltage up and down is really straightforward. Like I said, most of the times I've ever had to do it in projects, I just made a little board myself to do it, because it generally uses very few readily available components. That's what I heard. Ryan said the Rambo is capable of up to 36 volts for the heat bed and 28 for everything else. That's what I had read, that the Rambo is capable of handling quite a bit more voltage and amperage than it's utilizing in the MK2. Oh, but Gustner said the MK42, which is the heat bed on the MK2, is only rated at 12 volts, I guess. Yeah, I was just curious what you guys maybe thought about that. Because it's something like, it doesn't take the machine all that much time to heat up, but it would be nice if it heated up a little bit faster. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that, especially if it was something that I could do on stream and share the process. A higher wattage 12 volt. That, like, yeah. That's generally the case in... Well, it's not generally the case. That is the case in, like, PC power supplies. You don't need more voltage. You just generally need more wattage and generally more rails. Like, the more wattage you have and the higher number of rails you have is usually the better option. You don't want more voltage. I don't have a lot of experience with the stepper motors, because I know they apparently perform a little more reliably with higher amperage, higher wattage amperage, however you want to look at it. Watt hours, watt amps. Just say all the words. Gustner mentioned something I do want to do, because I actually have the cork on hand, is apparently you can take a cork and mount it under your heat bed to act as like an insulator. That's something I'd like to experiment with. It would help a lot with like situations like I have where my basement's cold. When I was printing filaments that required a much higher heat bed temp, if you don't need the cooling fan, it's not as big of an issue because you don't have air blowing over the heat bed. But when you're trying to maintain a higher heat bed temp and have like cooling, and it's just like blowing air back across the heat bed, the MK2 with the default setup struggles a little bit to keep it at 100 C or higher. And I know without a doubt that insulating the bottom side would help with that quite a bit. You just have like a lot less heat loss. PJ said, mine took 2 minutes to heat up today. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I heated mine up on stream. It only takes like 2 minutes. That's why it was funny when, I think Tom said in his video, he was talking about the MK2 and he was saying about like the time to heat up. And again, I think the video's down, but he said in his video that it took 10 to 15 minutes for the heat bed to heat up. And I don't know if his was like defective, but that was like several orders of magnitude off. It doesn't take that long. Because I remember in that video when he said that, I actually went back like 3 times. I was like, yeah, he said that. He said it took 15 minutes for the heat bed to heat up. How some of the prints I've done have been finished in 15 minutes. Or yeah, Joey, I think, Joey, you're right. I think he maybe said 30 minutes. Which is just like, I think his heat bed wasn't plugged in. Because even 100C, it does take a little bit longer. Especially like that last 10 or 15 degrees to get to 100 does take a little bit. But yeah, it wasn't a half hour. Holy crap. It doesn't take that long at all. Yeah, Gustner, I think Gustner made a good point. And again, this is like one of the reasons I like to have chat. It's something I hadn't really thought of, but I think is kind of a duh thing. If my basement is getting colder, I'm probably not going to need to have my part cooling fan running at 100%. So I should do some experimenting with rolling back my my fan speed during the winter here where it's cold. Because it's 61 degrees in here now. It's funny, it's normally 64. It's kind of funny how much colder 61 feels sitting down here. All right, well, thanks for stopping by, Gusner. But yeah, I'll have to experiment that with rolling back my my part cooling speed since the ambient temperature is getting so low. Yeah, like Jai just said, he thinks I should really build an enclosure. I agree. Like I said earlier, I need to like at some point I'm gonna change my shop around here, and I'll probably do that then. I kind of like it in the corner there for now. I think if I do anything, I actually have a set where we did the podcast and stuff. I actually have a set on the other side of the basement, and there's two false walls that create like a false corner. It's like a nerd corner kind of setup. I actually used it in one of the videos earlier on the channel, but for a number of reasons, I just have like less time to work on that project, and I don't really foresee me using that set for anything. And I was considering like bringing the walls over and actually just building this area in as a room because it would probably be like a 12 by 15 or 12 by 20 room that I could build in here, and actually just like I have one of the heat ducts right above me here, and I could actually just splice into it and actually heat this space. I think that would probably be the best option for me. Take a little bit of effort to build some walls and insulate them and stuff, but I think it would be worth the bother. Yeah, Paul mentioned PETG, and you probably won't touch ABS anymore. I probably won't ever end up printing ABS except maybe a tiny little bit to experiment with it, just so I can kind of check it off the list. But yeah, I'll probably get on the PETG train here before too long, because like I've got a boatload of PLA stuff to print, but before too long here I'll start branching out and trying some other stuff. And there's some stuff that PETG won't work great with. Like Jai said, you do have some issues with overhangs, and it's not just like a complete analog to ABS. I think there's a lot of overlap, but it's not a complete replacement. But I think for the most part, most of the stuff that I'd be interested in printing in ABS, I'd be able to get away with PETG. All aboard the PETG train. But some of that stuff, I mean, like if it ends up being a couple months until I get around to it, new materials are hitting the market so fast that it's hard to tell what things will be like in the future anyway. There's so many materials that are kind of like combining qualities of some of the different things that are already available. It's hard to tell what the future really holds for 3D printing and filaments and stuff. Because like just in the PLA world, there's so many different variations, and now we have some of like the heat treatable and some of the annealable PLAs that kind of dramatically change the characteristics that they would have if they were just like a normal PLA. It's kind of hard to tell what the future might hold for some of these things. In a year or two, it might be a completely different world here in the 3D printing universe. Yeah, like the ASA materials. Some of those look kind of promising. Like I said, there's probably never going to be a material that's just like objectively an improvement over ABS. Like ABS is probably still going to have a place for some things for the foreseeable future. Just like some of the things that people use in lieu of ABS, like they're better for certain applications than ABS is. And there's probably never going to be anything that replaces those and those little niches where they like perform the best. But yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what people will come up with, man. People are amazing. We're gonna have to do. Chat's talking about the eSun cleaning filaments. I'll have to get with the guys in the Slack group or just maybe in some of the 3D printing groups and see if we can come up with a way of testing in kind of like an objective scientific way how effective some of the cleaning filaments are, because I'd be interested to see how they ended up performing. I mean, or maybe it is the internet. Maybe somebody has already done some tests on that, but I'd be interested to see. I can just imagine it being difficult to really measure how clean a nozzle is after you've done something like that, or done like the atomic method. But it would be interesting to see because, again, this is like pure speculation and opinion, but I just personally don't see a big need for a cleaning filament. Honestly. Could be wrong. I like with anything. I could be totally just like off base, but it just seems to me that there's some different methodologies you could use that would probably accomplish the same or better results. Please show the filament material guide. Let me take a look at this. So hopefully it's not just like a you're not rickrolling me here. This apparently is the 3D filament guide. A guide and comparison chart for all your 3D printing needs. Okay, it looks like they use like a star system here, rating different qualities of different things. The number one type is PLA. Polylactic acid. That always makes me think of like the stuff you get in your muscles that causes fatigue. Well, this is cool. Yeah, this would be a cool like those are both cool and terrible in equal measure at the same time. But now this looks like a cool little guide. That's what I would like to get into. This is the main reason that I would like to get the multi-material upgrade for the MK2, is to have dissolvable supports. There's so many things that I would like to do. Like a print that we were kind of having problems with before that I want to address again sometime in the near future. Like a print like this. With dissolvable supports, you could make this print freaking beautiful because you could just support it all. It becomes like a non-issue. Just support everything. Even if it arguably doesn't need support, just support it. And then dissolve it. But yeah, that's what I'm mostly interested to see that for. Because I was actually considering the other day contacting Prusa and just being like, look, man, I need one of these. I'd like one of these. I have people like asking me to review these things. And I've helped you sell like I said, it might be more than that, but I've had 20 to 30 people, I would say, contact me and said they bought an MK2 explicitly because of me and like, seeing me like work with my machine and stuff on stream. And I'd like considered contacting them and just telling them that, like, look, I'm selling printers for you, basically. I'm basically like a a member of staff here that doesn't get any of the benefits of being a member of staff. Send me a freaking multi-material so I can do stuff with it on channel and show the world how great it is. But Magnus said, even if the support is dissolvable, wouldn't it leave bad marks anyway? I don't know. That's part of what I was just saying. I don't know. Yeah, well, see, as far as I know, the beta testing is over. I mean, I could be wrong, but I was a little late. Like, if I had started my channel a little sooner, I think it would have been a non-issue. But yeah, I think I just, like, the timing was just a little bad. Oh, Ryan said, yeah, others like Tom have helped sell thousands. I don't doubt that at all. I'm just saying it's something, man. It's something. But no, I was just thinking about it the other day. Well, because people keep asking me about it. That's why. I'm not just, like, sitting here, like, wanting free shit. It's that people, like, ask me about it. Like, I've gotten... because people, like, send me a lot of emails and private messages that you guys don't ever see. Because there's a lot of people that are, like, on the fence about it, and they see, like, a couple reviews, but they want to see, like, you know, people just want, like, multiple perspectives. And I think people are already realizing that, like, I'm an open book about things, so if there's any, like, concerns or criticisms that I have, I'm going to be forthright with them. So yeah. Yeah, send me a multi-material kit and hire Aaron so you can have better pieces on your printer. Man, I would love to see the day when the MK2 ships with maybe not all the cable chains, but at least on the hot end assembly cable chains, this fella here. I'd like to see the day when they just, like, ship with those. I think that would be a worthwhile change. It'll help with, like, wire fatigue and stuff. Helps in a lot of ways. Helps keep the wires out of the way. They're not down there, like, hanging, so they can potentially drag on prints and stuff if you don't be careful. Don't bombard Joseph Prusa for me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Some of that stuff, like, a little bit goes a long way, and then it's, like, pretty easy for people to just be like, man, who the fuck is this guy? And why don't people shut up? I don't care about Nillabean. I don't care about some dude sitting in his basement with his MK2. There's some tricky issues with cable chains. Yeah, Paul, I agree, but for the most part, that's why I mentioned, like, just the one to the hot end. That one's really straightforward for the most part. There aren't really too many complications with that particular one. Like, I still have some issues with the heat bed chain, but for the most part, that one's pretty straightforward. Sometimes the close quarters can cause RF issues, which you normally wouldn't see otherwise. What do you mean with, like, the wires in the Rambo board or something? Hey, Alex. What's up, man? Yeah, I mean, I could see anytime you have... But, I mean... Really, though, that wire bundle they're all tight anyway, so... I don't know. I wouldn't see how that would cause too much of a problem, honestly, with the wires being in close proximity. I mean, they're going to be bundled in the default setup anyway. So if you're going to have any, like, induction or anything like that causing interference, I think it's going to be there in the default design anyway. Did you see Tom's assembly stream where Joe Prusa was in the chat? No, but I've heard some jokes about it. I didn't actually watch it, but I got the impression that Joe wasn't entirely satisfied with the way Tom went about things. Oh, Jai said RF from the high-frequency step signals can induct into the thick power cables and cause crashes on the Atmega processor. Interesting. Huh. I mean, that's always a risk when you have things like that, especially when you have, like, yeah, when you have, like, strong current like that, like, in close proximity to, like, digital signals. But yeah, like GenCab said, shielding's like one of the simplest technologies around. So if there was an issue, you could just like shield it. And again, it would add very little to the overall production cost, I would imagine. Tom wasn't using the guides and did a few bad things during the installation. Yeah, I can see how that could happen. I did a couple bad things too. I freaking ran my nozzle into the heat bed again just the other day. I did it during the initial assembly, and then did it again the other day when we were trying to recalibrate. Make sure you know which direction you want to, whether you want to put your pin to up or down when you're tweaking its location. I, like an idiot, just like did it backwards. I think I wanted it to go up, and I put it down. Or I guess I wanted it to come down, and I put it up and ran the freaking nozzle into the heat bed. Luckily, it just marred it, because the marks are actually gone. Yeah, luckily the PEI sheet is really tough, and it kind of self-heals a little bit. Especially with the, like, heating up and cooling down, I guess it relaxes it, and yeah. Tom's live streams at first were so funny. Yeah, I've been trying to run like a tighter ship myself for the most part, but some of that's just inherent to my character. So I think it's always going to be like a little chaotic, a little shoot from the hip. Use a sanding block and 320 grit sandpaper. Do not do that. Do not do that. I can't have that recommended here. Jai, you are sanding the shit out of your PEI sheet. That is too aggressive. I used 600 grit sandpaper and it was too aggressive. So I can't imagine, like, 320 is aggressive if you're finishing a piece of furniture. So yeah, I wouldn't use that on your PEI sheet. Maybe you forgot a zero there. Maybe you wanted 3200. I'm calling shenanigans on that. Yeah, when I was a kid and was finishing my Pinewood Derby car for Boy Scouts, I probably used finer sanding paper than 320 grit. But yeah, guys, like I said, I'm lingering here. It's almost 3 o'clock. I need to get some food, and I want to take a few hours and try to record some videos. I'd like to get to the point where, like I said, I do one a week, which will hopefully satisfy some of the criticisms I've been getting. Some people don't like the streams, and like I said, I know I do want to try to like cater to everybody a little bit. Like I said, at its heart, this channel is always going to be. I know it sounds stupid to say that. This channel is always going to be what it's always going to be, to a certain extent. It's always just going to be like me sharing experiences and stuff, but. Start recording my MK2 review. Yeah, I do need to do that. But it's one of those things. It's like you get that, I don't know what you call it, where it's like you keep getting more experience, and every time like you get it's like, I feel like I have even more insight on the printer after going through the process of getting my axes perpendicular. And it's like, I keep doing that, and it's like every time I gain a little bit more experience, I think, like, you know, should I get a little bit more experience before I do my review? Like, am I really in a position where I can really give, like, meaningful insights into this printer and stuff yet? Should I, like, wait? It's like a lot of products I've bought that I I base my purchase off reviews. Like a lot of the best reviews are ones where people have had the item for like a year and then done like a retrospective on like their experiences. Like those reviews are always a lot more insightful. Because I mean, imagine if I would have done a review after having the printer for 2 weeks and I had just like been printing like the test files and stuff. I thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then like now I still love the printer, but I think I'm a lot more sober and objective about like my opinions of it and stuff, and like some of the shortcomings and stuff that it has. So see, it's one of those things where I keep deferring it to later, and I know I need to just like do it. But yeah, and I'm still kind of like undecided on how I want to do it exactly. Like I don't want it to be like a 30-minute video. It's kind of tough to decide what I want to cover in it. Because like I also don't have any experience with like a pre-assembled machine. Like mine's all the kit. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still just kind of torn on it. Like it is coming. I want to do it. It'd be nice to do it by the end of this year. Because I do want to have some videos ready to release over Christmas. I know a lot of people are going to be like off work for the holidays and stuff, and I know it would benefit everybody, including me, to have like some content that I can release like on a regular basis over that Christmas vacation. But yeah, I'm kind of torn. Like that, if anybody has any like Joey Nugget said, you also have to keep in mind this is my first printer. So I don't want to come in and just be like, I don't know. I want my perspective to have some relevance, even though I only have one printer. And I think the more experience I get and the more time I spend with it, the more I'll like have a perspective that's worth being exposed to. But yeah. No, that's like some of those things I'm going to have to do sometime here in the future. I'll change the stream so chat's integrated into the video, and one of the problems is that like the delay will be baked in then. The chat will be delayed, and it'll kind of permanently be baked in the video then, which kind of sucks. It's not the end of the world, but at the very least, some of you guys will get to see the delay that I'm dealing with here. But yeah, no, the review's coming. But like I was saying, if any of you guys have any suggestions about me doing the review video, like I'd be open to see like what some people's opinions are, like what you think should and shouldn't be covered. Like I don't know if I should talk about like just how much of a struggle it can be to get your axes perpendicular and getting the frame set up properly. Because like I know some people, if you're really like a crafty person, you're not going to have that much trouble doing the kit. But I could see some people really struggling and getting frustrated with getting the threaded rod base kind of set up properly. Just because it's one of those things where you have so much freedom. Like there's so many places where you can change things that sometimes it's just overwhelming to people. But like that, I don't know that I've watched every MK2 review that exists, but I haven't really seen anybody comment on the fact that the base is threaded rods and like how much of a struggle that can potentially be, depending on what kind of personality you have, what kind of experience you have, like how methodical you are when you like go about assembling something like that. But yeah, like Jai said, it's like I don't know. Like I guess I should potentially do like a review and then like a user's guide that has like tips and stuff for like go into depth a little bit. But at the same time, like I feel like the review should have some of that stuff in there, so people can have like some kind of insight, because you're not likely to read the user guide. Like if you're going to buy it necessarily, you might just check out the review. So, but. And at the same time, like, like I don't want the struggles to like turn people off. I just want people to come in with like a realistic expectations, because like me, like I came into this off the tails of like Tom's review, which I think is one of the most I don't know. You're just expecting this thing to be shitting out rainbows after you watch Tom's review, which I don't think is bad. I don't think he was dishonest or anything. I think it's just like it left a lot of there was a lot of like mini reality checks for me to like experience along the way. And like in comparison to that, I think because it was actually like going from Tom's review to like Angus's review and Maker's Muse, there was, I think Angus got a little bit of negativity because when the consensus everywhere else was that this machine is like the greatest thing since sliced bread, and then Angus came in and he actually had some criticisms of it because he had some problems and stuff, and he actually got a little bit of backlash from certain segments of the community over that. But I think Angus's review was like an eye opener to me that, you know, I think there is a need for a little bit of I don't know what you want to call that. Just like a little more transparency in some of the product reviews for 3D printers, because like some of us, like a lot of you guys in chat, you know, even if you're an amateur like me, you have enough experience to kind of like have realistic expectations. Like if I was to buy another printer, I think I would have it would be a very different experience than like buying this the first time. But there's a lot of people that are going to come in and they're probably only going to see like a couple reviews and they're going to buy their machine. And some of those people have already hit like the MK2 user group on Facebook. And people are, there was a lot of frustrated people because like there was just so much positivity. And then, you know, there's a lot of problems that you can have. There's a lot of problems you can have with 3D printing just because there's so many things involved, there's so many variables, and you have control over a lot of them. Yeah, long story short, I'm just kind of torn on like how to do the review exactly. It's one of the reasons that I've been like putting it off. It's just because I keep like mentally redrawing like the blueprint for that review video in my mind. But I feel really bad when I see people like people that have gotten their MK2 and they do have problems and they get like, I can't think of the word, but you know, it's kind of like a rude awakening for them that, you know, it's not all just, yeah, it's not all rainbows and gumdrops necessarily. There are things that you can have to deal with sometimes. It just makes me feel bad because I don't want to be like, especially some of the posts in like the Facebook user group with like people that are genuinely new to 3D printing. Like I kind of felt bad that I might have potentially been contributing to that, like that overwhelming positivity, and like there wasn't as much focus on like the realities that are involved with 3D printing. It's still kind of like a crafty thing. Like you need to be a tinkerer. But no, I still love it. So that's why it's like, I don't know. It's hard for me to think of like the right tone to strike in the review. But like I said, if you guys have any opinions or anything or advice, I'm definitely open to it. But yeah, like again, I love Tom. I adore Tom. I think his channel's freaking great. I love him as a person. But some of the guys that did reviews, they couldn't have had their printers for very long. And I really, it's not even like 3D printing. Like I've been into like a ton of stuff where reviews are a big part of like those communities. And like a product will be released and guys will have a review up within a few days. And it's like, how objective can you really be when you haven't had enough time? Like you're basically just giving first impressions, and it should really be called that, even though it's like labeled as a review. Because I would imagine even Tom like probably has some slightly different opinions than he probably did when he did his first review, now that he's had like some more time printing with the machine. Because I don't know if the machine, does anybody know that? Does the machine actually track like the total printing hours? Because I was talking to my wife and I was trying to like estimate how much printing time I probably have on this. I would imagine it's, again, just trying to guesstimate. I would imagine like 300 to 500 hours of print time on this now. If I had to make a guess, because it's not running like a full 24 hours a day, but I would say I've averaged. It says how many kilometers you've printed, huh? I'll have to check that out. Oh, Simplify does. Tony says it doesn't track print time accurately. Tom, I don't know if it's that bad. Peter said Tom is bought. He can't say anything negative about most of the stuff he reviews. I don't know. I never got that impression, really. I don't know. I guess you never really know stuff like that. But I've definitely been part of other online communities where that was the case with some of the YouTubers. They get in a position where they don't really want to, if something is shit, they can't just be like, well, this is shit, because they start like burning bridges with companies and potentially with like the community at large if they have too negative of a reaction to certain things. Like I've definitely seen that. It's definitely happened in the gaming world, where you see channels that you can just see that they really hesitate to give overtly negative reviews of stuff because they don't want to burn bridges with some of the people they have agreements with. Yeah, I mean, Magnus, that is a good point. Magnus said, I don't think Tom is bought, but having the creator of something you're reviewing in the chat surely doesn't help with objectivity. I would agree. And again, like you could have a debate on how much that influences somebody or how much that affects your objectivity, but I think it's not nothing, to use some bad verbiage. Peter said if you get stuff for free to review and you talk bad about it, you won't get any more. Exactly. It's exactly that kind of like symbiotic relationship that starts happening with YouTubers and stuff. That's why I always like, I'm all for full disclosure. I actually like the company that made this, Hobgoblin 3D. They made this file set, and I bought it. And I contacted them, and they told me that from here on out, like if I do a review of this, here on out, they're going to send me everything that they're going to release to review it. And I more or less told them up front that, if your stuff sucks, because I already have, again, they don't know this, but they're going to find out. they're going to find out soon enough. I have some minor criticisms about their pricing, and I'm going to be upfront about everything. And I plan on doing that always. I hate people that are kind of in the pockets of other people. And it's like, if it burns bridges, so be it. If you're a company that wants to burn a bridge with me because I'm honest about your stuff, I probably don't want to have a relationship with you in the first place. So whatever. But no, that's why, I don't know. That's why I'm hoping things go well on the channel here. I think there's a lot of opportunity for me and everybody else. Hopefully I bring like a perspective that's useful to people. Hopefully I'll become like till they offer me a new car. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully I bring a perspective that's worthwhile to the community to have. Like I do want to make an effort to do that. And trying to be objective about things, I think, is a big part of that. Criticisms about pricing is sketchy. Value is another matter. Well, I mean, I guess you could get into the semantics of the way I said that, but yeah, I guess value is a better way of saying that. But I guess depending where you're from, it's synonymous. Joey said, I think these chats are more valuable than standalone edited videos. Well, I mean, that's always been my perspective on it. Like, I like having an open discussion. I think there's a lot more value in that because it gives. Imagine if I tried to put the last 45 minutes in an edited video. It's just like the edited videos I did. There's so much more stuff that I actually said when I was filming that I cut. That I think did add value to the video, but at the same time it like inflates the video, and it just it's kind of hard to strike that balance. And here you just get it all out, beat it till it's dead. Just to catch up everyone up, what are you currently printing? The thing that's printing there now are some floor tiles for this modular terrain system. If you can see these pieces, these were the walls we printed at the beginning of the stream. It's got like skulls and bones and stuff on there. But like if you can kind of imagine this, like the wall goes to this floor section, and then this wall goes here, and there's a little curved floor piece right here that would be on either side, and we're printing those out. It looks like they're not almost done, but they're getting there. But no, Joey, you're right. Joey said not all live streams need to translate directly into standalone videos. I was just using that as an example of like how when you try to condense something down into a manageable size for someone to consume in like a recorded video, you end up like truncating a lot of the ideas that you probably would have expressed a little more fully if it was like an open kind of forum situation like this. Take reviews with a grain of salt. That is, yeah, definitely. And it's definitely never have one source for your information either. That's like true of absolutely anything in life. Get as many perspectives as you possibly can and try to like come to your own conclusions. Yeah, Magnus said it's tough. It's a tough balance. YouTubers like to grow, but then all of a sudden you have like the spammy chat like Tom ends up with. Yeah, it's like I mentioned earlier. It reminds me of like going to see concerts, like seeing bands perform. Like after you get to a certain size, like you start attracting people simply because you're an event of a certain size. Do an MK2 review and live stream. I'd be open to that. I think it's still going to be something that like I need to do a recorded video, like an edited video on. Because like the stream I think would be good in the short term, but then the recorded videos end up having like more longevity. If they're done right, they tend to be relevant for a longer period of time. That's why I like the informational stuff, like something that's just like informational. I think it does that format fits a lot better. Like changing your nozzle, for instance, that's not something that needs to be a discussion on. It's like I want to do the one about seasoning your nozzle, stuff like that. There doesn't really need to be a discussion about that, but yeah, I think Derek made a good point, and it's something like I try to, because again, it's like tough to strike a balance because it's something that I want people to know, but at the same time, if you keep reiterating something over and over and over and over again, like people get sick of hearing it and they're just like, shut up about it and get on with what you're doing. But Derek said, I think you set this channel up to learn. Well, you said to learn more than to teach. I think it was, again, trying to strike a balance. And that's why people get upset with you, because they want you to solve their problems for them. And I think that's totally the case. I mean, I've gotten some of those criticisms from the start about like propagating incorrect information and stuff. And yeah, from the get-go, I mean, when I started the assembly of my printer, I knew, I mean, pardon my language, I knew fuck all about 3D printing other than what I had seen in other people's videos and stuff. So I had no actual experience. Because that's how this started, is I just wanted to like basically document my journey. It's how I had done some lockpicking videos before, and they were very similar. where it was as much me documenting my own progress as it was like trying to teach other people and try to learn from other people. And that's what this channel is always going to be. I mean, I know it'll eventually get to the point where I do have a lot of experience and I can start like helping people. But yeah, that's why like that's 2 F-bombs today. It's one of those days. But no, I just like think of all the YouTubers that I've liked over the years, and the guys that I've liked always had a format that was similar to that. They weren't live, but it was always done in a way that, you know, they were just upfront. It was as much for them and their own story making of their own journey as it was for everybody else to participate in. But no, it's like I said, I want people to know that, but at the same time, I don't want to start every stream with like, hey guys, I'm a dumbass, I'm learning, come learn with me. Drop a C-bomb. That's the C word is a little bit different than the F word here in the States. If any of you guys know Sparky Face, she's in Australia and she has a channel in 3D printing too, and we were talking about that one day about how like I used to do a lot of gaming with Australians, and New Zealanders are very similar. They use the C word a lot, and it doesn't sound as bad when they say that, but if you say it here in the States, you're going to turn some heads. Yeah, you were definitely going to turn some heads. No, I agree. Tony said he'd buy 2 more. For the price and quality, the printer is a workhorse. It has flaws, but is a really solid printer for the price. No, I agree. I totally agree. Jai is English. He swears like a trooper. If any of you guys have seen Clerks, I think it was in Clerks 2, the one guy has a jacket and it says Porch Monkey on the back, and he's taken it back because he doesn't think it should be like a racist and or offensive term. I feel the same way about the C word. I need to get a C word, or I need to get a jacket with the C word on the back, and like I'm taking it back. I'm taking this back in the States. This word shouldn't have such a bad reputation. But yeah, because I love the word. I've never used it to describe a woman. Anytime I use it, it's always been to describe people who are deserving of that description. It tends to be guys. Like I don't know if I assume most of you are male. Guys are usually the ones that deserve being called that. But yeah, I wish I could use it more in polite company here in the States, but it is a no-no for the most part. Yeah, I was having if you guys like Clerks, check out a thing called An Evening with Kevin Smith. It was when Kevin Smith went around to college campuses and basically did kind of this, where it's just like he's kind of presenting material, but at the same time it's like I don't know, it's more of like a forum. They were one of my favorite things to watch. They were always really good. But if you like Clerks, you'd probably dig that kind of stuff. Yeah, use it as a term of endearment. Like the guys that I do the podcast with, they always say I hate your face. And that was always like people would hear it and they're like, God, you guys are so mean to each other. And that was always like a term of endearment. In Derby. No, you guys, it's funny, I probably have, well, you guys probably aren't that old, but I probably have a lot more overlap with my favorite TV shows and stuff with a lot of you guys than I do with the people here in the States. Like one of my favorite shows, people always laugh. One of my favorite shows of all time is Keeping Up Appearances. And I would imagine there's more people in my chat right now that know what I'm talking about than there ever is when I bring that up here in the States. But I've always liked I've always liked Keeping Up Appearances. Uh, Only Fools and Horses was like my favorite, like my favorite thing in the world for a long period of time when I first found that show. I love that. I'm 32. Yeah, I'm 32. But all my favorite shows are like English shows. And it's like it has, not only is it stuff that people from where I'm from don't particularly like, but it's like people, it's not even like the stage age demographic. It's like mostly people that are older than me like that stuff. But oh man, oh, there's so much great like English television. Only Fools and Horses, Keeping Up Appearances. Man, what else? The Vicar of Dibley I like, but I never liked it as much as the other stuff. Black Adder, oh my god, like that show is like an institution. And then obviously like the true classics like Monty Python and that stuff. That doesn't even need mentioned. But yeah, Blackadder, Mr. Bean. I grew up with Mr. Bean. I always loved that show. My daughter, like, as if there aren't enough reasons to adore my daughter. Like my daughter likes watching Mr. Bean. My 2-year-old daughter in Pennsylvania likes watching Mr. Bean. Love that. Yeah. What else? I'm drawing a blank here. We export taste. Not much else here. Faulty Towers. Oh my god, one of my favorites. Blake Seven's good. Father Ted. Love. All that stuff. Porridge, man. Who doesn't love what's his name? Rodney Baker? I'm a fan of pretty much everything he does. Like Open All Hours is still one of my favorite shows. I freaking love that show. Yeah, I love all that stuff. But I never have an opportunity to talk about it because nobody here watches it. I hate it. It's like I live in isolation. I'm already isolated, in a literal sense, isolated in my basement. And then, yeah, come over to Pennsylvania in 2016 and try to have a conversation with someone about porridge. Good luck. But yeah, I love all that stuff. Man, so much good English television. Ronnie Barker, that's right, you're right. Top Gear's great. It's all very good. Very good stuff. Are You Being Served? Again, that was a show that I grew up with. Loved that show. I don't know how I grew up with like British television. We used to have a bunch of like tapes. I have cassettes. Like I have the whole Faulty Towers cassette set or VHS set. Pennsylvania, where vampires come from. Close. Close. But yeah, anything with Ronnie Barker or John Cleese in it, I pretty much loved. I used to watch a lot of the It Crowd. Old Top Gear, one of the greatest shows ever. My wife and I agree with this. One of my favorite shows of all time. Like if I just had to sit down and watch something, and it was like an episode from that series that I probably wouldn't mind it, is The F Word. I love that show. I wish the States could import some actual Gordon Ramsay instead of like the Americanized asshole Gordon Ramsay. But yeah, if any of you guys haven't watched The F Word, I love that show. That was like a great kind of variety / cooking show. But I have kind of an eclectic taste. Another show that I love was the Great British Bake Off, of all things. I loved watching that. Let me look at another show that I freaking love. I don't know why we're talking about this stuff, but I'll gladly gush about some English entertainment since I never get an opportunity to. What was that? I can't think of the name of it. AbFab. I have a bunch of like downloaded stuff. AbFab's one of my favorites. An Idiot Abroad. How can you not like the Pilkers? Are You Being Served? Oh, BBC Mastercrafts. I loved that series. That was a series where it was like they documented the apprenticeships of people who thought they were going to be interested in different trades. BBC Mastercrafts was great. Yeah, Blackadder What else do we have here? Faulty Towers. Oh, I can't believe I forgot him. Alan Partridge. Come on, anybody? Anybody? Some Alan Partridge love. The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin. Loved that. The Day Today. Always good for a quick laugh. But yeah, I'm glad I got a chance to talk about some of this stuff. I never get a chance to talk about some of this stuff. But yeah, the original Office. Like, I do love the U.S. Office, but it's a totally different show. I like it for different reasons. But yeah, the UK Office, great show. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Gervais. Jeremy Clarkson. I can't think of the one talk show. Some of you guys probably know it. It's the talk show with the gay guy, and the set is all like pink and orange for the most part. I can't think of the name of it. I'm sure some of you guys know what it is. He always has celebrity guests. I love that. I'll never forget. Oh God, what's his name? Steve. I can't think of his last name. Steven, Ricky Gervais's partner. I'll never forget him doing a cartwheel on the Graham Norton show. What are crisps? Yeah. Come on, no love for the rise and fall of Reginald Perrin? Come on, guys. That show is amazing. Does General Hygiene exist? Yeah, Alan Carr. There's so much good stuff. And it just, like I said, it makes me sad that there's so few people in the States that like watch that stuff, particularly in my age group. Steve Merchant, that's right. I'll never forget Steve Merchant doing a cartwheel, that big lanky bastard, on the Graham Norton show. That was hilarious. I think he picked up a banana off the ground while he did it. I'm a New Zealander. I don't know what you don't know what a packet of crisps is? Life is Too Short? Man, it doesn't end. There's so many great shows. If you guys haven't watched Life is Too Short, you need to go check that out immediately. That is one of my favorite shows of all time. But yeah, I don't know why we're talking about this stuff. I'm happy to do it, but yeah, go check out Life is Too Short, man. So good. Yeah, they're chips here in the States too. Like, I have some here. Potato chips. They're not crisps. This is a bag of chips, not a packet of crisps. Yeah, chips or French fries. Yeah. Teletubbies. There's no need for that. All right, Meester, there's no need for that. Well, it looks like our pieces are done. I know the light's kind of ridiculous there, but no, they do print nice. Again, I said it last time. I'll let the heat bed cool a little bit, but I'll pull those off here in a minute. Scytail asked what we're printing. There are these modular dungeon tile terrain systems. They have like these walls have skulls and stuff all over them. They look freaking sweet. But the pieces that just printed, like, you have your wall segments and floor segments, and those kind of pizza slice looking pieces is like the floor segment that goes here in this curved corner. But yeah, Monty Python, like I said, Monty Python doesn't even need mention. That's like a given. That's a given. Oh, they are crazy detailed. This is and they look really good too. This is with the 0.25 millimeter nozzle at 0.15 millimeter layer height. Butthurt says he was playing Space Hulk Deathwing yesterday. It makes you want to get back into tabletop gaming. That fits this conversation because Games Workshop was a company from the UK, and if any of you guys aren't familiar, Games Workshop's the company that makes Warhammer and Warhammer 40k. If you go back to the 80s, those were like the 80s into the mid 90s was like the glory days of Games Workshop from Citadel Miniatures. Or they were, I guess they kind of merged at some point. Yeah, 1.75 millimeter filament. Games Workshop, they always had Warhammer and Warhammer 40k. Again, it kind of amuses me. Like if you look at Warhammer 40k today, it's all like super serious, like gritty, like takes itself like so seriously. But back in the day, it was all like tongue in cheek UK. I mean the leaders of the orcs are called knobs to give you an idea of like what level they were operating on. But I always thought it was funny. Like it was 40k was always kind of like jokey back in the day. But anyway, I'm getting off topic even more than we're already off topic. But you were saying about playing Deathwing, Space Hulk. A little bit of backstory. Games Workshop had Warhammer and Warhammer 40k, and then they always had like specialist games, which were these other tabletop games that they made that they never really gave as much love as the other stuff. They are the best games ever made. Like, I still, to this day, think they're the best tabletop war games ever made. You have Gorka Morka. You guys can Google some of this stuff. It's freaking great. Gorka Morka is freaking great. You had Battlefleet Gothic, which was like a fleet-scale space game. Freaking great game. The original Blood Bowl is still one of the best, like, beer and pretzels, like, tabletop/board games that exists. What else? Mordheim. Mordheim is one of the greatest games ever made, I think. It has some balance issues, for sure, but it's like a warband scale, like, fantasy war game where you fight each other and you're trying to collect treasure and blah, blah, blah. But, no, how that ties into today is, one, they're English, so obviously, direct tie-in. But if any of you guys didn't know, they've slowly been re-releasing a lot of their specialist games, and they've already re-released Blood Bowl. They have a new edition that uses 32 millimeter minis instead of 25/28 like it used to. But they completely re-released it. The new box is out. It's football in like a Tolkien-esque fantasy setting where you're literally trying to kill people. Like, for instance, like a pretty normal event in a game is to like block someone, knock them down, and try to kill/injure them before the ref sees you or without the ref seeing you. Like some of the orcs and goblins, they're the same team. Like some of their players have literal chainsaws. Like they'll sneak a chainsaw in, and you always get caught generally when you use a chainsaw. But you did just use a chainsaw on a player, so you probably like hurt him or killed him. Yeah, like Butthurt said, a lot of the games I just mentioned actually got like digital iterations of them, and some of them are okay. That's kind of another topic altogether. How Games Workshop has basically been a case study in how to not run a company and manage IP over the last decade. Unfortunately, because I used to be like such a huge fanboy, if you can't tell, but they've been kind of running the company into the ground. They recently got a new CEO, so they're kind of like turning things around. But yeah, because like their digital games, man, they're all over the place. They range from like literally unplayable to fantastic, and where a game is going to fall is a complete, it's a complete crapshoot because they just like sold their IP to like whoever apparently had a couple $100 to drop on a game. It's kind of disappointing. There's a lot of crap BGW games out there. Like a lot of the mobile games are pretty god awful. It's like you can tell like somebody just had this shitty game and they paid Games Workshop like some money, so they put Space Marine icons on it and stuff. Yeah, like when Mythic put out Warhammer Online. Did you like that, Earl? I don't know where you're coming from. Are you saying it was shit or it was not shit? Because I actually liked, it was kind of bad at first, but overall I really liked that game. I thought it was cool. There's actually private servers. I don't know if you were aware, but The official servers went down a couple years ago, but there's private servers up now. Somebody actually like took the time to redo the server side engineering and stuff on that. That moment when you realize your social life is on YouTube. Welcome to my world, man. Especially now. Space Crusader on Amiga. Yeah. But yeah, anybody that didn't know, Games Workshop is slowly re-releasing a lot of their specialist games. They're supposed to re-release. Apparently, they're re-releasing Mordheim, which is, man, I couldn't be more excited for something. But oh, okay, Earl loved Warhammer Online. I thought that game was great. That game was better than WoW in a lot of ways. Like a lot of ways. But yeah, if you ever get a hankering to play it, there's some private servers up that you can play on for free now. Something to consider if you feel like breaking the law. See, it is kind of reassuring. We're back to the days of needing the scraper to get prints off. That's how you know you have good bed adhesion. All right, very good. No, they printed really nice. Some of the little details on top are kind of weird, but no, you can see you just kind of the slots in the side are for clips that you actually print out and they interlock. But you see, you just have like your floor sections, and then you have a wall section back here, and then this feller kind of goes like that. And you got like the start of your little Dungeons and Dragons adventure or whatever in your room and stuff. But it's cool stuff. I can't, like somebody said, I can't wait to get it painted up. I've never really shown anything that I painted on stream, but I'm not actually too bad at painting. Magnus said sanding the bed helped a lot then. Yeah, that seemed to completely just fix that issue. When I did it on stream, I was really light. Like I just basically kissed the surface with that 1500 grit sandpaper, and it helped a lot, but it didn't really like, it wasn't the silver bullet, because I did a print and it was like, it was okay. It adhered better. I think it was this one. It adhered better, but it still pulled up a tiny, tiny little bit on the very edges of this print. So before I did these two pieces, I printed these overnight. They were the ones that were finishing up at the beginning of the stream. I hit it again with the 1500 grit sandpaper, and it was a little more aggressive, and wiped it down with acetone again, and it seems to be better than it was before. Do I use earth mags? Yeah, I have them sticking all over the place. There's actually, these are tiny little rare earth magnets. Yeah, I have them all over the place. All over the place. Yeah, the rare earth magnets, there's so many things you can use for... You could actually probably modify these to use magnets, but the clips work so well that I'll just use the clips. I don't really see a point in complicating things. I feel that you had to sand it fairly quickly. Do you think defect in the... No, Sidetail, like I know it's not really super evident, but it's like earlier I was talking, like trying to guesstimate how much print time I have on the MK2 now. I would guess I probably have between 300 and 500 hours of print time on that machine. So I'm not surprised. I mean, if you think of the sheer number of prints that have been on there and pulled off, and no, I wouldn't. I don't think that's like a failing of the print material of the PEI sheet or anything. I think that's even if that was like the lifespan of it, I think that's good. And then like using the 1500 grit, I think that's like, it's aggressive enough to like resurface it in a way that's going to get you good adhesion. but it's not like so aggressive that you're actually like wearing through your sheet. I think it's like a happy medium. Like I could probably do that 10 more times. Get another 3 to 500 hours of printing, refinish it, do that probably, I don't know, 5 to 10 more times without any issues. Nilla, go and have a look under the settings on your printer. I can do that. The consensus seemed to be that it's not incredibly accurate, especially because I don't know how it handles. I've changed the firmware twice on this because we did the firmware upgrade, and then I actually did some fiddling with the firmware, and then actually reverted back to the latest actual firmware again. So we can take a look at it. I guess I can go ahead and pop this one. We can take a look and see what it says, and like show you guys where it is here in the menu. I know that's not the clearest, but you kind of see. I've actually never come in here. It's actually more than I thought. That says, I know it's hard to see. That's 387 kilometers and 17 days and 22 hours of print time. Let me pull the calculator up, since I can't ever do math on stream. What does it say? 17, so we'll say 18 days. Yes, my guesstimate wasn't that bad. That comes out to about 432 hours. That's what I thought it would be, somewhere in there. So that's 430-ish hours, and some people said that that's not totally accurate, but that's a lot of time to print on a sheet of PEI and still not have any problems with it. That's why I said I feel a little bit more comfortable doing a review now at this point, is because I've printed a lot of shit on this printer. But yeah, I just didn't want you to get the impression that this was an issue I had run into quickly. But yeah, this thing runs a lot. It is, like someone mentioned earlier, this thing is a little workhorse, and it has no. Like if you look at this machine, like if you just walk up and look at it, you'd never guess that it has several hundred hours of operation on it. It doesn't have any visible wear on it at all. Like the rods don't look worn, nothing, the threaded rods don't look worn, like nothing looks worn. But no, it's cool to know that's there. To have an idea of like how much time you put on a machine. It's also nice if you ever buy a machine, you can have an idea of how much wear it had on it. You don't have. Alex said he doesn't have many hours on my printer because he prints with a 0.3 millimeter layers and 70 millimeters a second. Jesus, boy. Yeah, that's zooming. Most things, like there are some things like these cable chains I probably could have printed faster with thicker layers, but like stuff like this, I'm more than willing to go slow. Because them looking nice is more important than anything. All right. It's, what does Sai say here? It's more that I want to buy one too. The 6 to 7 week wait time does suck. But I was just curious if that would be a problem I would have. No, I wouldn't. No, I mean, there are some things to consider when you're buying an MK2, but like that, the print surface, no, I don't have any complaints there. The PEIs, there can be some issues if you're going to print some PET and stuff, but even then, you just put some blue painter's tape down, you're good to go. But yeah, I wouldn't let anything with the print surface, especially like me having adhesion issues. That shouldn't really be something that'll affect whether or not you decide to buy an MK2. Because that's, for one, that's something that it's going to be an issue potentially with any printer you buy. Even the guys that use glass, there's all kinds of problems that come with the glass. I've seen quite a few horror stories with glass build plates. But no, I mean, I'd like to think. Hello, if you're new, Sai. I guess I didn't say hi to the chat at all. Really, I've been talking to you, but never said hi. No, that's one of the things I hope this channel is useful for like guys like you, Sai, that are kind of on the fence about buying a printer. So you can get kind of like a candid view of like what's involved with like owning and operating one. By the way, what video software do you use for your live streams? OBS. It's free, which you can't beat. OBS is free. Oh, it's OBS Studio, actually. OBS Studio. It's free, and in my opinion, having tried some of the paid programs also, I prefer OBS to any of the programs you can buy. I mean, there are some like really high-end, like, like corporate level programs that are kind of sweet that you can use to do like your broadcasting, but man, OBS is hard to beat, and you can do anything. It's like you see me like turning cameras on and off in real time and doing stuff, and I can show my monitor and do all kinds of other crap without any problems. I don't know, it's a really great option, and it's free. Alex said he likes the layers on my prints. I think they look cool. More power to you, man. It's not hard to get layers on your prints. But stuff like this, again, I know you guys can't see it, but if you can just see like the finish on that, this is smooth. I mean, at 1.5 or 0.15 with the 0.25 millimeter nozzle, man, the resolution on prints is fantastic. So yeah, if you're looking for detail, it's nice to be able to switch, because like if you feel like knocking something out fast, you can just change your settings, and if you feel like getting like really crazy detail, you can pop a different nozzle in, change some settings, and you're good to go. All right, guys, I said this like an hour ago. I always do this. I'm lingering here. But I guess that's going to be it for our quick update today. But like I said, if you guys have any suggestions for like the review of the MK2, like I'm open to ideas and stuff. You can do like, I think I do have my links here in the description. I'm going to do a video, like one of the videos I want to record today is just a really quick video getting my social media links and stuff out for people to have access to. I said that before, I'm not going to mention it much, but I'll probably mention Patreon in that video if you guys want to support me. If you want to keep me from having parasitic, symbiotic relationships with companies, Patreon's a good way to do that. But I'll do that because I know a lot of people don't watch all the streams and stuff and don't dig through the comments or what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? The descriptions of videos and stuff. So yeah, so I'll do a quick video on that if you guys are looking to get in contact with me, and if you want to send me any like suggestions for the review and stuff. Even if it's not like suggestions, like even if you just want to comment on some of the reviews that you've seen on YouTube and like how you think they did it wrong and you think that might be helpful to me, I'm open to that too. So whatever you feel like. Tony, you got a fun pack and you haven't played with it yet? What's wrong with you, man? Richard, what are you printing the kid for Christmas? I don't know. I was thinking of making her like one of the little My Little Ponies and painting it up. Something like that. I don't know. She's got so much junk. My dad owns a go-kart track, and they have like a redemption counter where kids get, you play games and get tickets and stuff. And every time he stops over, he has like a freaking dozen little things that he gives her. So she has like so much stuff. It's hard to even get her stuff she doesn't already have. Even printing. But you want Tony wants to send me a proper part removal tool. Uh, yeah, I've seen some better options than the thing I have. I just happen to have a like an actual paint scraper, so it works. When I first started using it, I scratched the shit out of my PEI sheet a couple times, but my technique has gotten better, so I don't do that anymore. Uh, Mathematics, Richard, when you speak of 300 to 500 hours of print left, no, I was just saying like I could probably see like potentially doing that refinishing again. Like maybe in another 300 hours of printing, I could maybe see getting the 1500 grit sandpaper and acetone out again. That's all I was saying. And I think you could probably do that quite a few more times. So that PEI sheet, unless you actually physically damage it, I think that has a ton of life left in it. Do printer updates. Well, see, I think that would make a good second video. I've had people ask about like all the stuff I've printed and put on my printer and stuff. So I think that would like make a good second video for like if you already have a printer, or if like you're wondering uh, how you can improve your printer once you've gotten it. Like some of the things you can do, like the IGUS bearings, and like going from the IGUS bearings or bushings to the IGUS bushings with the printed holders and stuff that we made the other day, like that stuff. I think that would make a nice second video. Have I won any go-kart races? Hell yes, I've won a lot of go-kart races. My dad owned a go-kart track for 20 years. I know all the things about go-karts. I physically assaulted my PEI sheet. It's like a battered housewife. They're pretty tough. There's apparently two different thicknesses, and I think my machine came with a thick one of the thicker ones. And that thing is freaking tough. That has taken a lot of abuse. And the cool thing is, like I said, I scratched the hell out of it, but you can't really see those scratches now, like a couple weeks later. It's like it has some kind of like self-healing property, being like heated up and cooled down so much. And I was one of the fortunate people that I actually got extra sheets with my kit, and apparently some people didn't. They must have just been throwing them in with kits when they had them, and they didn't when they didn't have them. So, see, I have extras too, but I think it's gonna be a while before I need it. I think until it actually starts like physically cracking or tears or something, I don't think I'll have to replace it. But yeah, guys, I think that's it. We'll wrap things up here before I linger for another hour. Don't we only talked about oh yeah, Aaron, that's like I was thinking about that. I was in the bathroom on the thinking chair yesterday, and I was thinking about that because I had another print the other day that I selected the freaking wrong print by accident, and yeah, Aaron mentioned the LCD steps on the dial button firmware update, because I'd like to do a video that was just about the firmware in general, like how you can go in and tweak it. Because whenever I do the change to the LCD steps, I'd also like to, since I tend to print at 200 degrees, and I guess now I'll be at 60 degrees on the heat bed, I'd like to go ahead and bake those base PID tunings in, so they're just like in my firmware now instead of whatever the defaults are, like 215 and 55. But anyway, I'll let you guys chat. Apparently you guys know each other, talking about kangaroos and stuff. But yeah, thanks everybody. Like usual, thanks everybody for hanging out with me. I apologize for being a negative Nancy at the beginning. Like I said, I'm bipolar, so sometimes like my like mood changes like a light switch. There's never any like gradual change. Have Nilla do the accuracy fine tune like you did, Aaron. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Like I said, I just need to get in a flow for doing recorded videos, and hopefully it'll get easier with time because there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff to do. There are so many things that it would be nice to have little videos on that were just like really concise, informative, matter of fact, to the point kind of things. But maybe I'll try to record. Maybe I'll do a stream someday here in the future. Maybe over the holidays. I'll stream me trying to record videos, and you guys can see how bad it gets. Because I think you're underestimating how bad it gets. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out with me. If you're new in the stream and haven't subbed, consider subbing. And like we were talking about the other day, I hate having to say this. If you guys are wondering why you haven't been getting updates from YouTube channels you're subscribed to, even if you're subscribed, you now have to hit the stupid bell thing. There's like a bell beside the subscription button, and you have to select that to actually get. You have to opt into updates instead of opting out of them. So bell me, bros, if you want to see when I'm streaming and when I release videos and all that stuff. Because I know I've had a lot of people asking why they don't get updates when I'm streaming, and they get upset with me that they missed the stream and all that stuff. But that's what's going on, is YouTube did some changes and the system's kind of different now. So you have to like double sub. You have to sub and bell. So yeah, that's what's up with that. But thanks everybody. And like I said, hit me up on social media. The links are in the description of this video. If you have any ideas, like again, I'll try not to get butthurt anytime anybody has any criticisms, but if you have any suggestions for the channel, or like I said, the MK2 review, just let me know. Try to do it in a civil way if possible. I guess if you can't, that's fine. But try to do it civilly. But yeah, and all you guys in Slack, I'll be in Slack here in a little bit, but I need to get some food, so I gotta take a break. You're subbed and belled. Very cool, man. But yeah, later, guys. Today's Thursday. I'll probably stream a little bit on Saturday, but I probably won't be on before then. Hopefully, this will be a good way for you guys to judge how things go today. If there's a video up tomorrow, that means things went all right. If there's no video up, that means there was a whole lot of cursing in my basement, and something's probably broken. But yeah, if I don't see you Saturday, I'll see you sometime. So peace, guys.